Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers North America, where we get to find out which team is going to be able to battle their way through for a chance at Ascension and joining, of course, Americas. I'm so excited to get started with this stage and cannot wait to get started with our matches for today. So let's just hop right into it. I'm Sierra Dawn, and kicking off the analyst desk, we have none other than Dan Dryad and Van Silly. Hello, welcome back, guys. How's it been, Vance? How's it going?
Sorry, I need to have a double look to see if my lighting's a little bit better. I feel that I'm more clear this time, right? But probably not as beautiful as you two. But super excited. This is another great year of challengers. We have a bunch of new teams coming in, old faces, roster changes, all the wazoo basically to figure out who's going to be the next team moving up to Ascensions to be able to go to partnership next year.
Yeah, and it's really cool because we have, like you said, new teams and players that we might not heard of before, but we're
Mhm.
gonna be hearing a lot of this year and on this season as well. I'm excited to see Shopify. I'm gonna say it right away. But
Which one?
I'm
Black or
excited for
gold?
all the teams, but I'm excited for Shopify. That's it.
It'll be an exciting time, especially to being able to see that there's been players that moved up. Of course, we got to see Ascension. That's now that we've had two Ascensions and being able to congratulate teams as they moved on to Americas. It's exciting stuff here. There's a lot to be looking out forward to. And I feel like this first week or two is definitely going to be a lot of rediscovery for the teams. But of course, there's a
Mhm.
little bit of a format change as well. So we can all get acquainted to it. We have a quick video to get you up to speed. Welcome to the first stage of Challengers North America 2025. This year, we're bringing an exciting new competitive format to the table where every match matters. Let's break it down. Our journey begins with the Swiss group stage, featuring 16 incredible teams matching against each other in thrilling best-of-3 matches. Each team will require 4 wins to advance to the playoffs. However, losing 4 times means elimination from the tournament. Once the top 8 teams from the group stage are decided, it's time to get straight to business and begin our next stage, the playoffs. Each team will face off in a double elimination bracket. Much like the previous stage, these will be best of 3 matches to determine who will advance to the next bracket stage until we reach the lower and grand finals. Once we get to the finals, the matches will be decided in an exciting best of 5 where only the strongest team will survive. But hold on, we're not done yet. Concluding the first challenger stage, we'll introduce a unique promotion and relegation system to raise the stakes for new contenders. We'll introduce the top 3 premier teams from Episode 10 Act 1 and add the bottom 3 challenger teams to be part of the promo relegation cycle. First, the bottom challenger teams will clash against each other in a single round robin cycle where the lowest performing team will be relegated. As for the others, the best premier team will receive a direct promotion to Challenger Stage 2, while the final 2 teams will battle the remaining Challengers teams in a wild best-of-5 match to secure the final spot for the next stage. Intense action, high stakes, and unforgettable moments. Stage 1 of Challengers NA 2025 promises to deliver new epic jaw-dropping and heart-pounding moments we all crave and love. You won't want to miss a single match. Tune in to this year's competition to find out who will be next to get their shot at VCT Ascension. Just a little bit of changes for the stage, but it should be exciting nonetheless. And of course, when we were talking about the changes, Dan, you were already talking about teams and ones you were looking forward to and pulling up the first little part of our bracket here. There's a lot of names for us to get familiar with, but I think too, once we slowly but surely get a deep dive on all of these teams, some of these players are going to be quite recognizable.
It's players that we know and players that have gone to other teams as well. I feel like the offseason, we always talk about these roster changes, what new teams are going to come up. But I feel like for the most part, the Challenger season is, I would say the rosters are staying very similar with a few, like 2, 3 changes you see in each team. So, as we settle and we find out who's the best, right now I'm kind of in the middle where I don't know where to put anybody just yet.
That's the thing. It's cool as well that the hype video towards the end showed a 4K of Flya from Shopify because he went over to join a tier 1 team and EMEA. So the cool thing about Challengers so far and kicking off again in 2025 is the fact that even if you don't get to ascend into partnership, you still have an opportunity to get scattered out and join into tier 1, such as many other players actually did so in the partnership program in Americas in itself. But to talk about teams overall, dude, it's so hard this time around to actually have a clear favorite. Last year we were looking at the top 4, for example, Oxygen Gaming, Dark Zero, aka the Turtle Troop team, M80, for example. But I don't think M80, to be honest, is going to be as strong as they were in previous years, although they have great coaching staff around them. I think I'm going to have to keep my eye open to the Rankers, for example. That is going to be a team to look out for.
100%. And when we're talking about a couple of these teams, I definitely agree with you, Vans, that there's not a clear-cut favorite, but there definitely is a couple of teams that if I had to start making some bets off the bat, I know exactly where I'd hedge them. And talking about the first series today, we'll be able to see one of those teams. It's going to be TSM going up against Winthrop University. And TSM is a team, there's a lot to be talking about here because, of course, there was changes going into this, but Dan, when we talk about that journey to ascension and trying to ascend up, TSM had the run next year. Unfortunately, didn't end well, but that has eyes looking at them going into this season, right?
Yeah, I feel like some people forgot that TSM is one of the teams that made it to Ascension representing North America, and they unfortunately couldn't make it, but the core for the most part remains the same. As you see, just some slight changes where we're gonna have Rico and Vora playing instead, but the core of GMD Sim in 7, it stays the same, and I actually really like to see this. I feel like these 3 players have added a lot to the table to what TSM had to bring, and were ultimately the reason why they made it to Ascension in comparison to Dark Zero or Oxygen or the teams that Vincili was talking about. So it's a good core to work around, and I want to see what these additions are able to bring.
If you're telling me that it's going to be easy for us to choose who's going to win this game today, at least between TSM and Winthrop, I don't think that I have a clear favorite going into this one yet. Yes, you still have GMD, you still have Sim and 7 that could pop off at any moment just like they did during Ascension, but there's a lot of unproven talent, most notably the ones that went most recently in this roster, announced as Recoil and Vora. Vora is actually joining in this roster as the latest IGL to the team, to T-Dog and Poise as the latest iterations of IGLs for this roster. And he hasn't really recorded an official game since, I think, like May or something like that of last year in 2024. So then for me, it's you have to now try to convince the other players that your system's going to work. They also have a new coach, for example, with MBS that's been with Ascend since its inception until now, when Ascend unfortunately just stepped away here from Challengers over in Europe. So there's so many systems that has to be implemented right now, and if it doesn't gel right away, that's a lot of pressure on that new IGL.
I'm excited to see new systems, though, because TSM, my biggest criticism last year was all these players are so good. Why aren't we seeing more wins? Why aren't we seeing things gel together? So I'm willing to give them a week or two, but I'm excited that they're switching things up. And we're looking back at that talent that we got to see last year. We first have to start talking about Sim because, I mean, Dan, when we're getting to see this core stay together and we're getting to see some of the firepower the team has, Sim is the first person that comes to mind.
And especially because when we had last year that conversation of who are the best duelists in Challengers, we thought of Sim, we thought of Redux, we thought of Mata, we thought of these 3 players especially. Now Mata is gone, Mata's in Energy, Redux is in Sentinels, and Sim, well, he's still here. He might right now be the best duelist, and I'm putting it right there because he's just been insanely good.
Okay, hot take, but I'll accept it. I'll accept it for sure, because for me, TSM, it's a lot around Sim as you live by the sword or you die by the sword. If you look at the Ascension runs where, you know, they almost made it out of groups because they lost so many games in like overtime, double overtimes, 3-map series, the reason why they're able to fight so well against their opponents was because of Sim. In these moments where it could actually pop off and say, okay, I'm going to just move forward and then get a 4K for the round, drop 30 kills with like, I don't know, 21 first bloods or something like that on Sunset in last season. But then you also have another map where he's just going to be ice cold. And when he is, and the other ones aren't really, you know, picking up the pace either, it's such a one-sided affair for the opposite team. So I'm just hoping here. I mean, he had the opportunity to try out with EG, potentially almost make it into partnership with EG, but EG unfortunately decided to go for Icy instead. So, you know, there's probably a chip on the shoulder where hopefully that's going to add more drive into him wanting to be that best duelist that Dan Dry was mentioning here in Challengers. But again, I think I'm alongside with you, Sierra. I'm going to have to wait those 1 and 2 weeks to see how much consistency we're going to see out of Sim.
Yeah, but if we're going to talk about consistency on the team and something that did help them gel together, then we have to start talking about the next player here and look at Seven. If you're looking at players to be setting up on the play, I mean, Seven. I mean, Dan, right away when we were talking about beforehand, you were like, Seven Gecko, let's go. Like,
Yeah. Seven is one of my favorite players to watch on the Initiator, and especially on the Gecko. Every time the TSM were playing Bind, this guy was going insane. And then they started implementing the Gecko in different maps last year, and you could see the impact that Seven had, not only in assisting Sim, for example, but him setting up the plays for himself. He's insanely good. He's been part of Challengers for now quite some time, and I feel like this could be the roster where he's able to shine a little bit more. I want to see also what he's been playing, maybe at Tejo. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool, yeah, actually, to see him on Teo, because, yeah, Teo just recently came out. A lot of teams have been implementing him in compositions in Americas, EMEA, Pacific, basically everywhere, worldwide. The only thing is right now is, you know, some teams, and I think other analysts and casters would agree, is that some teams that fall behind that don't really want to implement Teo right away could fall behind within the meta. But now again, you're going into a whole different system. Sorry, with Vora as the IGL and MBS, there's going to be a lot to do and a lot of catching up to do just to make sure that your fundamentals are correct in the first place before you can start cooking with your compositions. I wouldn't be surprised here if we're going to be a little bit more vanilla into how TSM will approach these games in the very beginning, in terms of composition, playing in their comfort zone. So if we're going to play in the comfort zone and we see Seven back on a Gecko on that bind, as you mentioned before, Dandride and Sierra, it'll look pretty good. I think they'll still be looking pretty strong on that first week. But overall, I also think that the agent pool around Seven has grown since last year as well. Being able to play double duelists when they need to on Abyss, I think that's also very nice. So it also adds a lot more here to what TSM can bring to the table.
I mean, this is just the beginning of Challengers, and I think too, of course, you want to be getting these wins, you need to get the points, but I think maybe if you're trying to start off on the right foot, maybe we'll get to see some experimentation and try and push the other teams, because you're not going to be the only team feeling maybe a little uncomfortable going into this. And now it's time to start talking about opponents for the day. Winthrop University. I think out of all of the rosters and all the changes, even if there is a couple of changes that we see here, this is one where we've gotten to see these players. We've gotten to see them play before. They've sometimes made some little tweaks here and there, but this still seems really comfortable, Van. So I'm curious with how they'll approach this Challenger season, considering even with the skills of the players, the track record isn't necessarily the greatest.
That's right. I think that's what plagues them a little bit, especially with like the absence of moves, the return of moves, Screwface coming in as the IGL, thinking that potentially Winthrop University has what it takes to, you know, upset those teams and go on a deep run just like Blinn did in the last season. But unfortunately, it was the total opposite. They actually fell like deep in the cracks, like deep in the abyss in terms of their record and their situation here after split 2. They got relegated on top of that against Lemonade Stand. The good thing at least about this roster is since the re-addition of moves and the introduction of Flare, they've been doing good grinding in the open brackets to qualify back into split 3, and then also just going back through the close qualifiers to beat a team like Shopify Rebellion Gold to make it to this point. So there is some sort of redemption arc around this team, but overall, it almost feels to me that I want to keep Winthrop University around like that mid-pack, lower pack, if you want to go through like any type of power rankings for challengers here in North America, because again, they look really good on paper, but there's just a mental block. There's also maps sometimes where moves is going to start pulling out a Reyna or not pulling a Reyna, and then it kind of like just breaks a little bit in terms of like a look that you want to bring for Winthrop University, because sometimes it's just like we're just going to aim out and frag out, and then that's how they pull through, but they still need to build up a little bit more of that macro.
I like how instantly you say Reyna and you see Dan's eyes just like completely light up. Like, yeah.
And Sim plays Reyna too, so you know, maybe.
True.
Yeah, fingers crossed for you, Dan. I'm really hoping.
You're gonna love it.
All right, talking about the bright points of Winthrop University, even if, I mean, Vans, you're already saying maybe more of a middle of the pack team here, I definitely think that there's a lot of light on this team. And first up, got to talk about Infiltrator, because when we've gotten to see Infiltrator hit the server, it has been great things as well. He was the top of the closed qualifiers, Dan. So already, if we're looking at the potential of Sim with a slow start today and Infiltrator, who has definitely shown up and impressed, I think that this could be really interesting, especially with how much time Winthrop has been putting in the server overall.
Yeah, they have been one of those teams that were running the double duelist in a bunch of different maps and trying different things. And that, we just had that conversation, right? How many teams are we going to see going for the comfort, going for different ideas? Winthrop, it feels like they're not afraid to play these weird compositions, to play with the double duelist, to play with the Reyna, with the Yoru that we even saw in Haven last year. They are willing to innovate, and Infiltrator is a big part of it. He's so strong, especially on this Jet, but I think such a strong duelist that it helps the team kind of work around him. And I mean, the last time that we saw Winthrop go against TSM is when Winthrop got that crazy upset. They won 2-0, and that's when we were like, wait, okay, TSM, what is going on? And things turn around. They're the ones who made it to Ascension, but it's still a Winthrop that can show that they can upset anybody at any point.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to add, because at the same time, yes, the first time I was like, oh crap, they've upset TSM. I was like, oh wait, okay, maybe they are actually looking like the collegiate team. It was like, because I think at last year we kind of did make history, right? We were saying like, oh, Winthrop University collegiate team, make it into Challengers. Yeah. It's building up the path for collegiate, and Challengers is a great platform for collegiate teams to potentially make it to partnership. But then after that first upset, everybody's just like high in hopes in terms of what collegiate could bring. Then everything just fell really, really flat towards the midseason. I mean, you got to be honest. You got to be honest with the results, So I'm just hoping for the bounce back. I love those guys for sure, and I love watching him and watching him compete, for example, for Red Bull Campus Clutch when they're going through that kind of stuff. But when it comes down to where it matters and when you want to bring it to a partnership, they still need to find like that little something that's going to give them that confidence so they can really steamroll through this season. But I think it's still going to be a work in progress.
I mean, that's what Challengers is for some of these teams.
Yeah.
Just putting in that work. We get to see that work in progress. This is where I'm going to say we love collegiate, so you're not going to get a bunch of hate mail your way here, Vans. I got to say, I got to double down on the love here. And next up for love, we got to send it over to Initiator Scan over on Winthrop side and talk a little bit about Nasi. Because, again, these are players that we've gotten to see kick around, Vans, and I'm going to make you say the nice things now, all right?
I actually love Nasi. So again, despite results of Winthrop University, I still love these players individually. And being one of them is Nasi. He's very calm in the server and even outside the server. In the big games, whenever it's even tough games, remember like these camera shots where he's just simply eating a snack between rounds during timeouts, just like knowing what he has to do and knowing how to engage and elevate his duelists so that they can actually get the best out of him and or out of the team rather. And when it comes down to clutch moments, is actually quite decent into that as well. So again, it's on paper, it's still a team that looks really, really damn good. They just need to make sure that they find ways that all of it gels into how they want to run around the macro of this game. And this is a great opportunity, again, as the first game against TSM for the opener for Challengers. I think it's could be a very similar storyline to last year where they get the upset versus TSM. TSM still trying to rebuild after adding those two other players. So there's a chance for them to build all that chemistry very early in the season.
Yeah, which will be nice to be looking out for. And hey, if we're looking at teams that are rebuilding and we're looking at a team that already has chemistry and all the synergy, then hey, maybe there is the room for the upset on the horizon. But the biggest duel that I'm going to be looking at in the server, we got to talk about a lot of different players, but I want to highlight the duelists from each side, particularly too, where this maybe could fall a little flat for TSM. Obviously, Dan, when we're talking about Sim and how strong he is, but maybe sometimes not necessarily there right away, or the team kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. If Sim starts to have a slow game and Infiltrator doesn't, well, then what does that say for TSM here?
I don't think that's gonna happen, though. I think Sim, I know that, yeah, sure, sometimes he's not insane getting 30 every game, but he's consistently good, I would say. He's a consistent duelist player. That's why we had him at the very top of the best duelists that we had in Challengers last year. He was consistent. I think Infiltrator, though, on the other side, sometimes he struggles when the team is struggling as well. So you don't have that one duelist that can be the difference maker in Infiltrator, while I do see that in Sim.
Okay.
I think they're both the same. I think they're both the same as they're both hot and cold. But when it comes to the players being hot, I think you talk about Sim a lot more than you would about Infiltrator. I don't think it's the name around the pedigree of TSM, but it's just in general the type of plays that Sim can make in terms of these multi-kills and hero plays is a lot more, to lack of a better word, you remember them more, than Infiltrator popping off. The only one that I can remember from Infiltrator was before even Winthrop made it into Challengers, where they were grinding into open bracket and he was playing arrays on Lotus and just popped off in the OT. I think he was like dropping close to like 30 kills or something like that. I forgot against what team, but at least it was memorable enough to say, okay, he's on my radar for Infiltrator. I want to know what he could bring here towards the Challengers. As much as I love Vietnamese players going into Challengers, he hasn't convinced me well enough to continue to pump the gas around how good this player could be. But definitely he would have the potential if he's still in this roster right now here with Winthrop University.
I don't have the memory to remember specific plays, but I read Infiltrator's name on this roster and my brain goes, oh yeah, he's good. So I know that I've seen some good stuff out there, and hopefully a lot more in the server today. As of course we have to start narrowing in a little bit more the match ahead and go over to our map picks and bans. Of course, there's been an off season. So we have a little bit of information from the teams from the grinding here, Dan, but other than that, could be a lot of new, and I'm excited to see Fracture first up in the pool picked by Winthrop.
This is going to be the first test that we're going to see on the compositions and what these two teams, Winthrop and TSM, are going to be running. We talked about that they hope potentially getting played by one of them. We talked about the innovation. Fracture is one of those maps where a lot of teams in NA, a lot of teams in other regions as well, have been playing the Tejo and the Breach. So it could be a cool combination to see, but we've also seen teams go for the standard. But I feel like if we see it on Fracture, we're going to see it on Bind.
I think you bring up a great point with going with the standard, and I think that's what, again, talking about TSM, what you're trying to do here with their new roster, because surprisingly enough, them banning Abyss and banning Lotus, the map that they love to play during the Ascension playoffs, and then a map of Lotus that they love playing during the regular season. Remember when they had such a good 1/2 against M80, unfortunately somehow lost in overtime where they couldn't hold a defensive round. But nonetheless, I think that goes back to, again, to the basics, playing to your comfort picks. So Bind being another map that they love to play, but they don't have to be as elaborate as they could or they should be here on Abyss and Lotus. And then to be able to veto up to a map of Haven, where it's basically the most common map and the easiest one to kind of learn, and you hear Haven, you're like, okay, I know how to play this map. So I think this is going to look pretty good here, at least for the vetoes for TSM going into this matchup.
I'm just I first off love Fracture as a map. I think it's just so goofy, so fun time. But also Winthrop, we talked about how much they've been playing recently, and they've brought out the Teo, and they've also been bringing out the Chamber for moves. So if we get to see a little bit of inkling of that, I think that should be a lot of fun. But in terms of the actual predictions for the day, even if I have high hopes for Winthrop, I think I have higher expectations here of TSM personally. And
oh no,
I'm not the only one apparently, guys. This is a clean sweep. Oh no, the caster curse.
We don't have that power. I don't think we don't have.
I mean,
that power.
Wide's casting this game today. There's got to be some power in there.
What?
We talk about how crazy Wyatt's pitcher goes, by the way. All of y'all, dang, but he's got the power stance too.
He could step on me.
What?
Okay, guys.
What?
Anyway.
What?
Anyways.
All right,
but
TSM.
I think it makes sense, though. It makes sense. TSM to take over this. I think we all nailed it, right, when we were presenting these two teams. So TSM, despite them coming with 2 new players, they still have not only MBS as a coach, but MBS is also a world champion. Let's remember that, right? Ascend champion for 2021, beating M3C back in the grand finals of champs. And then, with Ascend, have almost gotten to the point where they could have ascended, I think 2 years ago before that. So if you think about a coach that has a lot of experience and knows how to build a team or work with a team that doesn't have too much firepower or star power, most notably the most recent Ascent rosters, and he could still put these type of results, you will be hopeful for this roster of TSM to make a deep run with young fraggers in that roster.
And I'm really excited to see TSM for those changes and start to kind of discover the reasoning behind it. I think that's the most exciting of all. But of course, with the first day of Challengers, we got to make sure everybody is set and ready and get our players in the server. So while that is happening, we're going to be taking a short break. On the other end of it, TSM versus Winthrop. See you real quick. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. TSM going up against Winthrop University, about to get started underway with our first map of the series, which is Fracture. TSM haven't necessarily gotten to see this, but Winthrop University, Dan, they've been grinding the offseason. We've gotten to see them play this, and it's their pick. So I'm excited with them bringing it out.
Yes!
Both teams, okay.
I'm excited. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see it their home both sides. We've started to see a little bit in VCT Americas, and it was fun, but I feel like teams are still getting used to how they want to implement these missiles that you can get a lot of value off, especially here in Fracture. But we have a double, the Sentinels is where it changes the most, where you're gonna have Chamber, as you talked about, where Moves is gonna be playing it, and Rico playing this Killjoy that I feel like I haven't seen this combination just yet.
No, I haven't. And I know last time I saw KG on this map for Fracture playing against Ateo, she did not have a good time, especially if your name is Finesse playing on the top of B Heaven. You couldn't really hold the B side at all. So I'm intrigued to see how they could still implement this KG right now and how much information or what they're trying to gather in terms of passive information with the KJ in their roster.
This one should be exciting, a fun one. And with Winthrop taking the pick for this, you know they've got to feel confident for this. But it's time to start getting underway with the first map of the series and present your casters to take you through. It's going to be Uber and Wyatt. Take it away.
Damn, imagine being Finesse and just catching strays in a Challengers broadcast, Wyatt.
That's he redeemed himself. He went crazy. He won the IGL head-to-head against 100 Thieves. Exactly. Living in the past.
He made Boostio absolutely eat his words.
And he's also just not in this server.
Yeah, not an issue here, but I do want to point out, I'm glad that Vans brings up the Killjoy matter, because it does feel like, and something we observed over the last couple of weeks, is that Killjoy is neutralized in almost every part of her game against these Tejo comps.
Yeah, absolutely. It's cool to see the Chamber actually being brought out here. I think it's a pretty good pick. Like, Cypher has never been particularly great on this map, but just for the general talking point of the being a Sentinel main in the Tejo meta, it's so obnoxious just getting all of your setups destroyed by a free recyclable utility piece. And so just the Chamber having the one trip and being more focused on fragging out, I like it as an option. I really do.
All right. We'll be in the game in just a second. Wyatt's going to get his mic sorted out. Don't worry about it, because I've got to harass him about Vora and Recoil here, because obviously these new additions, these ranked demons on the TSM side, raise a lot of questions. We'll see how it pays out, but already defenders exploring out of B towards the top side of the map here, and Vora has some of this util set up. It might be a pretty fast hit over towards B, and with no one really at Arcade or at Gen on the defender's side, they're liable to get overrun pretty quick. Sim has snuck so far up onto this B side already.
Completely quiet. We've got Nasi and Tap. Frankly, if he can live, that would be some great work.
You good there, Wyatt? You want to give that a little tweak, brother?
Yap and stuff.
All right, give me a mo. I'll see if I can bust this out. Sky Smoke over towards that tower side here, and it was just Flare tucked around the corner there, eventually having to reveal himself. TSM get a heck of a lot of mileage from creeping so far up onto the B side and being allowed into B main in order to smoke things out, and a fast follow-up on that util that headed over towards tower allowed them to overrun pretty quickly. And ultimately, it doesn't matter if you're a Killjoy sat up there or any other agent, you are going to be pressured very heavily. Look at this util, big flash, jerk, infiltrator, completely blind. Nasi 2v1 instantly, actually swings back in for the trade, but there's another player for TSM absolutely flooding into that part of the map and overwhelming. And we'll see, of course, what the run back's going to be here on the anti-eco round. To look over towards this A side a little more. Gimon anticipating this push-up is not incentivized to dig any deeper across the map. However, TSM feel like there's an option to challenge this, to overwhelm and maybe even push through halls and have an easy A plant. In the meantime, Recoil at the top of the map, very slowly headed in the Arcade direction. There's a multi-stack here for Winthrop, but that stealth throne's going to light them up there. Nice little fault line. Still, Sim can't get in there. You would have thought that it would have been tough there for Moobs to escape, but beautifully done. Winthrop able to take one off that attack side. Still rifles, of course, in the right hands. Does Vora 7 Recoil have some decent arsenal to work with? And this B site was abandoned in order to facilitate for this multi-stack over at the A side. So TSM are going to get in here with a plant. We'll see how the post rattles out. It's going to be an aftershock that's, okay, gets some sort of value here, but Vor at the back of the site's already dealt with Flare. All of Winthrop have to set up here and try and make their way forward from Generator and through that canteen part of the map, and now the wall bangs are starting to come through. Nasty maybe with the flashpoint to set up. Fault line deployed now as Gimon wants to round the corner, and just as the guided salvo comes on in, Gimon's able to bring Nasty down. Nice use of util here, and TSM have really cleaned up this round after a bit of a rocky start. Jerk knows rather that his position has been noted and already taking plenty of spam. It's going to be 7 young initiated God securing this anti-eco here for TSM as we head into the next rifle. Looking here is a bonus round for TSM. They've managed to maintain a couple of Guardians here. Trying to see if we can get some use out of the Stingers. This is that fault line that was laid off. So much of that util support Gimon to swing in that corner. Fault line, guided salvo. Just playing up close to the Stinger. A great way to empower him to make that push. All right, Wyatt, you good, buddy?
Yeah, I think so. Was all good earlier, and now fixed, solved. Love to see that. How's are you gonna steal my day rate or partial of for doing both roles? Is that how this works?
Yeah, we can work it out afterwards, bro. Don't worry. I'll give you a good deal.
Additional like 5% of my
You'll get a better deal than Riot gets. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? But it's just business, nothing personal. You know.
What's going on here? TSM, they won the pistol round.
Yeah, and the anti-eco. Yeah, they sniffed out a 4-stack on A side and they pivoted B, won the round.
It seems like a clean anti-eco. They have hella cash. Love that for them.
Yeah, chill little bonus. Double Guardian bonus. They got rid of the Stinger at least.
Just going for a little B split. Pretty standard 4-1 on this map. Get that late lurk coming from the opposite side. 2 players in tower. Dangerous. So dangerous. Caught by the ultimate.
Oh my god, this util is ridiculous. The Rolling Thunder and Sim. I mean, what better player could you ask for to make use of that? There were 2 instances of the guided salvo, it seemed like, that came down, and then a Rolling Thunder. Tower was cleared. Winthrop forced to play out on the site, Wyatt, getting hit by that Rolling Thunder, and Sim comes in with a follow-up.
Yeah, trying to anchor sites against this comp is absolute nightmare fuel, especially playing in positions like tower that are just so cramped. And having 2 players in there at that's tough, man.
Sim wanted the ace. Wanted a bad flare. Got to be able to fight back here. And he's giving him a fighting chance on this gun round for Winthrop. Still healthy enough, but just doesn't really have the time to work with. And Vora sat around a corner. It's just an absolute avalanche of util, and recoil will emerge to put TSM up 3-0.
They were happy to try and hunt for that gun as well. The economy is so good. Send Winthrop back onto the eco immediately. You really can snowball the game out of control playing defense with the breach Tejo. It's so oppressive when you're fighting for space. But Winthrop just were not doing that on this round. They're going to have to get more proactive and take the fight either to arcade or early towards B main, force util out of the attackers to re-clear. So, you know, maybe it messes up with their timing for going into a full execute. They don't have some of the pieces that they want.
I don't mind this from Moobs, at least trying to push up a little bit. Getting some defenders over towards arcade seems to be an important part of shutting down this push, but having to play off the sides at the start of the round as defenders, pretty uncomfortable stuff. Celtron going to come in here. Moobs obviously was able to relocate with that rendezvous. Looks like they caught Sim out, so Headhunter already connecting. Recoil, the Infiltrator. Oh my god, sorry. Wow. The util follow-up there was pretty darn nice, of course, from Jerk, but that's going to be a key kill. One out there by Winthrop. TSM down to 3 in this post-plant.
Down to 3, and they're going to get pinched from multiple angles. That was, frankly, a must-win duel from Recoil. The movement from Infiltrator with the Stinger was just a little bit too strong. 7 wants to take a fight to them forward. Wow, what a shot! But insta-trade from Flare.
Still, these pistols getting some serious value. Vora has to turn this, but now has to swing out of that aftershock. Kimon can help him for the high ground. As if Vora even needed it. Kimon eventually goes down, but it's a big ask. Yeah, Nasty only had the Stinger to work with there. Pretty effective round considering how little Winthrop bought into it. Not successful. Still going down 0-4, but a chance now to buy up again.
That was a great little swing timing from GMD, the real veteran on this TSM team, has been competing since the beta of Valorant. I just really maintained a high level the entire time. He was a standout for TSM last year. Now, integrating in some of those rookies, Winthrop were in such a fantastic position to convert that eco round. Falls to pieces, now back on the full buy, ready to contest a main.
It's going to be a nasty fault line from Trader, as you can see. He's going to be ahead of it, though. Is there a flash out of the smoke? Okay, still throw this thing. Oh, okay, doesn't see Infiltrator somehow. Wow, talk about living up to your name. He gets in there and finds a 1-for-1 at the very least. Jerk suppressed here. Now maybe regretting looking to take the fight, but also there's a showstopper in play. Jerk's found his second there inside halls, and there's a door in the way. God, what is this? This is a classic TSM round. Wheels absolutely falling off. Spaghetti all over the ground. And Sim fires that showstopper at a closed door.
Yeah, I can't be mad. It does proc the door open, but it went just a little bit to the right. Wasn't close enough to actually kill Nasi. I'm not mad at them trying to go for that fast pinch, jumping out a drop. That was really the only way they'd be able to try and convert that round after losing the A main fight. I think the stealth drone may have just caught Infiltrator too late. Didn't have enough time to actually make the call to recoil.
I don't know. I don't know if it really saw him. I mean, Jerk did so well also to follow up off this. And yeah, Sim had to just sort of guess where he was with that showstopper. Not an ideal circumstance for TSM. So they're trying. Look at this push up here. Overlord's tree. Ends up being a trade. Sim caught in. Huh? Wow. Just on that corner, Sim actually caught inside a guided salvo.
This is a really good adjustment from Winthrop. It's exactly what I wanted to see, and they swapped into this aggressive style really quick.
Damage there on moves. He had to get out. Pressure now over towards A side. Ropes is TSM poised to take the side, but Flare will be anchored. We mentioned how difficult it can be to do this, but without enough util, especially with Vora going down, Winthrop give as good as they get and have a player advantage in this post plant.
The TSM are again left in a position where they're going to have to be proactive despite having the spike down to even up the numbers and get ahead of both of those ultimates. GMD, good fight forward moves, was weak, has to get out of the way but can't.
He pulls out the knife. Pretty unlucky timing there. Looks like he was lit. Recoil, stunned up, backside. Gets brought down by Nasi, and Winthrop are going to get their second round on the board. It feels as if they're starting to figure TSM out a little bit, and like you mentioned, Wyatt, an aggressive push off a site early in the round once again gives them a decent edge.
Sim is going to have to play with a little bit more concern in these early rounds. He's definitely one of the most active duelists and challengers, if not the most. Every single game he plays, his rate of first bloods and first deaths so high.
I'm so glad he caught that. He just got, I mean, that's perfect setup. A great trap to catch an overextending duelist there by Winthrop.
And despite that string of rounds, TSM, they're thrown onto the eco pretty fast. They just have the lone sentinel to watch the south side, where Winthrop are getting pretty active. They're going to go for this lower reclear. I like the decision.
Push out, wrap around. They are unlikely to run into some action here. It's tough for Sim. Caught in a 1 versus 3. Winthrop really grouping up to secure that.
That was a Sim with a hero rifle, by the way. That would have been the opportunity for TSM to make something happen on this round, but Winthrop should be able to convert this with ease.
Oh, Concuss actually comes in, hits Jerk. He can't do anything about it, and Seven's able to find 2 quick kills. Tunnel now overrun by TSM. Such as the pendulum swings. Nasi thinks to double back and try and do something about it, but TSM have opted to go in the direction where there are no defenders. They've made it through tunnel into arcade. But now where do you go with less than a minute to play?
Brutal that they can't trade that out, to be honest, but regardless, TSM with the clock dwindling, they're trying to contact into the B site. You know, off that tap, maybe Flare just wants to let that ultimate rip. 7 is so low. He's the one with the spike. He would go down straight away. Left. Wouldn't be able to dodge out of that.
Moves will have to make their way over from the A side as well. Yeah, they're not sure. Flare and Nasi both actually heading back through attack side spawn. 7's going to get a plant, but he's going to have to give up his life for this. No other way about it. Kimon actually pushes over towards defender spawn and catches moves out. So now a bona fide 2 versus 2 in the post plant. Bora has, this post-plant deterrent set up. Blair has to move across from the spike, and they light up for Gimon. A thrifty here for TSM. What a way to fight back in round 7.
Really disastrous. They can't find that trade in tunnel initially. But then you just have to give credit to GMD. I love multiple times now, he's been alive in the post plant, and he's been so good at finding openings to get TSM back in the round despite the man deficit. Like, catches a crazy timing walking through spawn. And then the defenders that are trying to get back in, all of a sudden they're caught in this very unlikely crossfire.
Oh, man. The post-plant Taeho util. They have no choice to run out. Quick rolling thunder off the rip here from TSM. They want to go fast. Sim, though, looks like he was caught out by it now. All manner of util catching onto him. Infiltrator pops himself up. That is stunning. Sim, of course, there's something to look straight up into the sky. But Jerk's going to be overrun by the overload here towards Halls. And here come TSM in the rope direction. Infiltrator, though, had a nice corner, but Bora is able to catch him out. And Flare fares just a little better. Goes low. Gimon going to burn Nasty down. And this will put TSM at a player advantage now over on the A side with moves a postcode away.
Ultimates to play with should just 100% seal the deal for TSM right now. Moves might be able to recover a rifle, but at this point, just has the tour de force and the headhunter. This is going to be so tough. I mean, honestly, wouldn't be surprised if he just takes a shot at upper and tries to see if he can't wallbang someone. He would have killed the recoil, but...
Oh, there it is. Gimon punished for the shoulder peek. Recoil is in position. Up on that high ground. That's actually earned a lockdown. I'm curious to see if that actually gets any value whatsoever. But yeah, you're trying to retake as a chamber with no real util. That's why the cookie crumbles.
One of the options with this comp, especially through A main when you're on attack, is to just use the stims from your Brimstone to try and outpace any of the Breach Taeho utility that could stuff you in the choke point. And you know, Sim, he does go down, but he creates a lot of space, draws the utility away. The rest of the team scale nicely together. On these TSM execs, they are, you know, doing a nice job holding the angles for each other. The fundamentals are actually looking pretty nice so far. You know, they're keeping it simple, but it's effective.
Venom is being really scrappy without like a real system or plan sometimes. This is looking pretty nice. Sim on the site with that blast pack caught though inside the trademark, able to get out of it. Much of that util comes in and Flare sees Sim just peek on that left-hand side of the site. Recoil had an opportunity here coming from arcade side, but moves was able to cross to the site. Gets revealed again. Recoil's going to be ready for it and flattens him. And that's beautifully done. Now here comes our lockdown. Jerk does not currently have the util to clear this. That's not going to come back online until just now. And it's really unclear if he's really going to be able to stop it anyway. The lockdown goes off, creates the space that TSM needed to. Winthrop set up here to come through from spawn canteen.
Aftershock is actually not going to be good. Oh my god, that's a hell of a lot of util for 7. Yeah, he can't take it. 3 damaging abilities. That's tough, buddy.
Not a bad angle here for Recoil. He's going to see everyone cross to the side. Flair seems to be aware of this, but can't afford to check. It still gets across in time. Narcy's going to go himself and try and find out what's going on there. Ends up winning the fight. Post-plant Molly getting laid down here. Got to make the defuse inviable. Infiltrator does get it to half at the very least before he steps back. Flare steps up, gets rid of Gimon. Now though, that Taeho util going to stall this out further. Time is getting short. Bora's on the rapid 1v3, has to actually intervene here. Not enough post-plant util. And Winthrop push off the site to dismantle that setup.
The decision to actually stick the spike to half there, take that damage was really good on the fly. That made all the difference, honestly, just forcing Vora to have to swing. Recoil got a good timing as well with the lockdown actually going through. You have to make sure that you can do it in the window where the salvos aren't available. And it's just the easiest counterplay to the lockdown that I think we've ever seen in the game. You just click on it and it goes down. It sucks to be a Killjoy right now.
Yeah, at least back in the Johannes Fury days, there had to be some knowledge of where it was placed.
Yeah, and you had to use
spatial awareness.
You had to use an ult. At least it's a 1-for-1. All right, finally, Sim, first engagement, does find the kill, and he died first a few times in a row. Was making space for his team effectively, though. TSM, they are not slowing down.
Crucially, they've got arcade tower control already. Smoke's covering Gen, so Narcy can't see a damn thing. Rico's also pushed up there just to hold that angle on tree. Doesn't actually prevail. Despite that, there's going to be a couple players from Winthrop in that direction pushing. Nasty with a fault line, but who's that setting up? Likely Infiltrator, but the timing's not quite there. He's also going to get spotted out by that drone. And Aftershocked in that corner. Recoil also with the Nanoswarm. He's going to force Infiltrator out into the open, and that's where Sim will bring him down. Nasty looking for a timing here out of Canteen, but there'll be no backup. This is a solo effort. And as such, Vora's going to shut it down comfortably. This should seal the deal. There's nothing to be done here for Jerk. No money really to be wasting. He's going to walk away.
That was a lovely little micro play there from Recoil. He was in that Brimstone smoke, retreating, but that was after he got the information on someone pushing, through the south side of the map. They were going to get crunched on the retake through B main. Realizes he doesn't need to take that fight, and then double swings with Vora to fight Canteen together instead. Repositions after that. That was really nicely handled from a serious rookie. TSM have plucked Vora and Recoil straight out of ranked. And honestly, that has not been the method for this TSM roster building in the past. They have just continuously gone back to the well of known tier 2 players that have been hanging around forever. This year, not going for that. They have gotten some real rookies. Yeah, I do. The rest of the guys on this team, they are mega experienced. I remember the days where Seven was an upcoming player and sub for 100 Thieves eons ago. Since then, has just gained so much experience, multiple different roles, had a standout year in 2024 in GMD.
Some opportunities to represent, of course, in person. Definitely no longer a rookie. All right, so the entire of this A side here is going to be vacated by Winthrop, and 3 players are going to have to come from drop side. Fault line.
Spike planted.
Catches on initially. Oh, that big Sim in the smoke. Okay, this is 1. 7 there. Kicked out by the looks of things. The Nasty picks a beautiful opportunity here to peek on out. Vora, bottom side, has to tuck around the corner. So many lines, and he's still able to catch moves, which honestly is an achievement in and of itself. But this puts TSM in a short-handed situation. Recoil about to get swung on this corner. Can he find the fight timing at all? His Demonity kill was so easy by Nasty. It was all going to be on Recoil anyway. An Infiltrator exits around with 3.
TSM were trying to do a lot in that post plant. They felt suffocated. They felt like they needed to take some space. And it almost worked out with Sim. It was cool to try and get up into drop off that fault line, but unfortunately the shots were not clean enough. Had an opportunity maybe to get 2 there. 1 for 1, and after that, Winthrop flooding in, catching the TSM players in transition, trying to move around the site. You can see Seven didn't really know where to go in that instance, especially with all of that utility flushing you out of positions.
It's a 3-round game. The back and forth stuff over the last couple of rounds, and now Rolling Thunder up for Nasty. So some key ultimates, in fact, at hand for Winthrop. This round, though, very different take. This might be the first time we've actually seen TSM allocate 3 players towards Dish. And the loose end will be Recoil here back over towards spawn side still.
Winthrop, they have that trap set up towards B main, but very unlikely we're going to see anything happen with that. After some time expires, it looks like they want to start actually wandering around the map. Not going to see anyone, though. Like you said, this Dish push for the last round of the half should be coming through when the Armageddon drops onto site. Winthrop playing off-site because of that.
And that was an all done just now by Vora. That has earned his ultimate. Is it Armageddon? Nobody on the site itself except for Sim. He actually comes at the right time not to be affected by that too much. Now he'll set up. Vora going to be planting. His moves carefully checking Hall, waiting. And he's going to have, I think, his reward. Yep, Recoil unknowingly pushes into that operator line. 7 opts to take a fight, but just a little tap on that corner. And now, wow, Infiltrator. Another beautiful showstopper. This one catches 7 off guard. And Vora had to correct his crosshair placement quite a lot. Gets concussed up on a special delivery, still able to win it out. Sim here from Link. Beautiful. Takes 2. And it's up to Nasty, who's already on the spike. Half stuck. Vora has to be aware of this. They're running him down, and Nasty tried to get off and spray him. It wasn't enough. TSM in the half with 8 attacking rounds.
Both of these squads are incredibly proactive at repositioning in these post plants. I like that Winthrop were able to kind of pivot into halls together, and frankly, I'm shocked they weren't able to make that retake happen after Moobs not only cleans up the flank, but they're coming back in with Rolling Thunder. They have the Brim ultimate, they have a Showstopper, and that's still not enough because TSM got out of the way. They then just take space in spawn to avoid the ults. And Sim is on the perfect line to lock things down. I like what I'm seeing from TSM right now. This is pretty cool. I mean, they're coming into 2025 off of an interesting last year, to say the least.
I mean, we did not expect them to be at Ascension. Why?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, they were struggling for a long time. Recall should be able to get a free one traded out.
No opportunity for Gimon, though, to sort of swing into that and maybe set up a crossfire. Ends up just going solo into a couple of players. And gives Winthrop a player advantage. They're on the A side very quickly here, and it's going to be Flair playing the most important position.
Oh, that's a good missile to lay so Jer can actually pick up the line and swing off of Flair. There was a moment where he could have been caught alone.
Come TSM now. This crossfire should be easy to put. Oh, he was in drone at the time. Nasi was in his stealth drone. Just a little bit awkward there. That's the way to cookie crumble sometimes. It's going to have to move to the headhunter to stop this in its tracks. He's just going to face them down, giving TSM another pistol.
That drone timing completely cooked their setup. That is all it came down to. It's tough for Flair to try to get one kill there in that corner. Like, he's really relying on someone being able to swing for him. Just needed to stay with the gun ready, able to swing. That is
that
tough.
Could be the map, man. Like,
it really could be, yeah.
Give me this. Like, jerk. Unfortunate timing there. Yeah, it would have been in a decent position to hold that cross, but TSM ended up coming out in a 2 versus 1 there and just putting Nasty in a position where he has to go for it. All right, well, into the end here you go now. A couple of Guardians. Spectre board up here by Kimon. And eyes are over. Way! Oh, Nasty. Watch out, son. He gets clear of that util, though. No one's there to follow up on it, really.
It's fairly passive from TSM right now, trying to play at the range with the Guardians that they have. Winthrop could get a fair duel against a couple of these pistols, though, I suppose. They've bought in a Sheriff to the round for Infiltrator.
He is probing. Over by drop. Sees a bit of 7. Infiltrator down to 68 already. 7 also. Seen better days.
Hoping as well, or Winthrop, that, you know, maybe the Raze being spotted there could draw some attention. Like, hey, the duelist is here to, you know, come in A type thing. But that is not going to be the case. Oh, that's the spike in tower. Oh, no, guys. We can't be giving it up there.
They're going to fight for it again. But again, the Spectre for recall is perfect. Just running gun weapon. He just swings that corner. Winthrop had to deal with the util that he put down. Kimon holding his other side as well. And, oh, man, TSM lock tower down. And, I mean, in fairness, we often talked about how the Killjoy against Teho util could be forced out of that part of the map and doesn't have the util to fight for it. But Recall was able to buy some time with that Nano Swarm and then just swing the corner where they take the fights with a better gun.
It's one of the top places in Valorant where you do not want to be dropping the spike. In fact, anywhere where you have to go up a rope to retrieve it, leaving it in some kind of heaven location, ill-advised, unless you're Team Leviathan in Berlin 2022 and you're ready to teleport into heaven as Josh screams, "That's the spike." You don't really want to leave it in a position like that.
Fast play here off Arcade for TSM. Looks like, yeah, Moobs can cope with the fault line. They still fancy B, but they're hitting it from the south side instead. With TSM having pushed off that side for the early action, they have to retake tower, which is what Sim is attempting here. Here's the flashpoint. Jerk unaffected by it, though. He's too far back enough. Oh, he sees it all. Swings out into the line. What a fault line setup, though. Infiltrator more than happy to take 2 kills off the back of that. And a perfect tower clear and some sharpshooting from Nasi makes this an easy round for Winthrop.
Nasi's aim has looked robotic in these situations. Recoil getting some significant damage in. This could have been way cleaner from Winthrop, huh? I mean, yeah, that's great. He can't be getting away with 3 there.
That is a 1 round for Winthrop. 1 round, you take every gun you just bought out of it. And then Recoil just kills 3.
You're leaving that round really frustrated if you're Winthrop. Up 5 players to 2. Great little utility sync in, syncing up that fault line with the stealth drone in heaven. You get your free kills on Infiltrator there. And they feel pressured to take the timeout now. Do they want to throw their economy completely on the line here? Like, they can get a decent buy-in, but now this is a must-win round, which, look, TSM are obviously in a massive lead, but could have at least, padded that economy by 1 if things go awry. And now, not the case.
Their other match, of course, Shopify Rebellion Black and Burger Boys. Pretty close on split, the first map of that series. So we'll be heading over every now and then, folks, to give you the updates from our off-stream games. I want to point out here, though, on Fracture, in the present, in the big 2025, Nasi 1 orb away from this Rolling Thunder. So it could also be Winthrop trying to figure out how they can play for an early orb here and have both those big initiator ultimates to hit the side.
This map had been gone for so long that I forgot how good it was. Like, everyone kept saying how amazing this map was when it was coming back. And I was like, was it? I couldn't remember. And no, this map is actually just goated and it should stay in the pool. This map is so good.
All right. Off the rip, it is Winthrop in the hall. Flash here, stealth drone also pinging out. No easy orb control at the start of the round for Winthrop. TSM, though, looks like they're actually happy to give it up. And, I don't know if I want to anchor really in this side against those double initiator ultimates.
So the missiles come down from the Tejo just to force anyone off of the common angles so Winthrop can gain pretty easy access to the A site. Sim has that op. He's vacated A, though. He's grouped up towards B to play for Arcade, and that's offered a decent timing for Winthrop to execute. They just have to deal with the 1 anchor. 7 has to at least get 1.
So A-Link smoke. Vora actually opts to step out of it here. I don't know if they're ready for this. Ooh! Flare down! Good work for Vora. Now might set up 7 for a little bit more success. Moves should have been able to see that, but just wasn't watching the line. That is a huge gap in the net for Winthrop. Vora finds 3 on the round here, and Moves has to try and salvage. Spike loose over on the side. This is going to be covered as Sim is watching from A-Link. And how the heck does Vora get out of Link and take that shot?
Unfortunately, Winthrop, they missed that window to really execute into the site heavily. Things get awkward with the Infiltrator trying to satchel. But yeah, it is all about that little timing that Vora finds to take that free kill. 16-8 for the ranked demon that's been called up. Top fragging and IGLing, by the way. This guy has never played on a team the caliber of TSM ever. A lot of random little tournaments with various teams, nothing this serious.
Both look really good. And again, we criticize TSM for having a plan and then abandoning it over and over again with weird calling and just very erratic play. That's a big issue for us, I think, as we watch them in Ascension, only managing to beat Glories in a best of 3. But all of their series going to 3 maps. They got the quality, but it all just seemed to fall apart at inopportune moments. Here, though, the execution looks pretty crisp.
That was surprising to see last year as well, because that was a way more experienced roster overall than this one. And obviously we've just got a small, we've only got a little small taste of TSM so far, but I like what I'm seeing.
They play around this Rolling Thunder pretty well. TSM know it's coming. Play off the side entirely. That is a nice shot. That's starting to take control of halls now. TSM can creep up in there. There's not really been anything left behind to cover this. Awkwardly, it'll be Jerk that has to watch it from the A side, which is a pretty bad angle. Winthrop might have to take a pretty messy engagement here, but Vora thought he was ready for it. We did too. When he gets brought down, it's a stinger in the mix that's getting value, but oh my goodness, Recoil. He is sharp, man. Infiltrator in the same spot that Vora was set up in the previous round. It's going to be a trade, and it's all down to Jerk on the site. Now gives his position away. Kimon, seasoned veteran, grizzled. He's been around the block a couple times here. I like the attempt at a concuss there, but Jerk caught himself with it, and Kimon was not affected.
That was some really good movement from GMD. A second left, able to get the stick. Oh, God. Winthrop have made some good decisions in tough situations very late into the round in post plants. The fight in spawn there is really cool, but then they're just not wise to the fact that someone from A main could have gotten into heaven, and they simply have to be. There are little mistakes that are adding up in mass for Winthrop, and it's overriding some of the really cool decisions that they are making, like that spawn fight.
And it's just little gaps that are being exploited by it. Like
play,
the timing with the drone, it doesn't give them the crossfire in a pistol, or not checking from drop to A link for Vora pushed out, even though a player was there like a few moments ago. It's honestly been really rough to watch for Winthrop. Velcro, spot it out, recall, let's get out of here. Infiltrator on the chase, doesn't connect that showstopper though, but is out on the site now with 2 smokes in the way. Gimon cannot see the fact that Raze has crossed and won't realize Infiltrator is below him.
Oh my god, he actually just goes for it. He walks through.
No way!
That's free.
Okay, Gimon was trying to set up some smokes by the looks of things, but that is going to blow up in his face. Armageddon here paves the way for TSM on this retake, and Recall's found their 3rd of the round. Jerk trying to get ahead of it, but only has a Guardian to work with. That's going to be tough to get out of. And now the salvo catches him right where he stands, gives him the hot foot, and gives TSM a map 1 win.
This is an explosive-looking TSM team. The pace they're playing with is a treat to watch. Makes for fun Valorant, I'll tell you that.
Defenders win.
And it's a good way to have some instant coordination, honestly. Like, all of the utility with this Taeho meta, these common comps that you're seeing right now, it is pretty straightforward, and playing a speedy game with it is very effective. Very effective when you're still in the process of building up the teamwork together with this new team, building up the rookies who, by the way, were fragging out. This is a cool team. I'm excited to see more of TSM, which at times in the past wouldn't have said the same thing.
At times in the past, I was telling him to get him off my screen. I won't lie. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. This is fun though, right? Recall looking very, very good. That second half, it looked very, very sharp. So looking forward to another map here for this TSM side as Winthrop stumbled on a map wide before we go to a break, that they were very good on it in the qualifiers. Both wins against, I think, Rose and Shopify rebelling in gold. So not a great sign. If this is Winthrop's quote-unquote silver bullet, that one has got stuck in the chamber, blown up in their face. We'll be back after a short break, folks, for our second map of this series. It's TSM versus Winthrop, a Challengers Classic.
All right, and TSM, they're going to be kicking off this series strong with a 13-5 victory over Winthrop on Fracture. Going into this, Vans, I mean, this is our first look at a lot of these teams going into this season. And for TSM, they got the core, but this is still a new roster. This is new IGL. And for a TSM that was plagued by a lot of troubles last year, things look good from the get-go.
They definitely look very promising. A same core, or 2 new players, but looking very good. I think I agree to what Wyatt was mentioning before, where TSM looks a lot more explosive going into this game, but it almost looks like the macro style kind of like bit Winthrop University and nipped them in the butt, in a sense that when they wanted to play Fracture nonstop here on their side, they used to play this with a Fade a lot before Teo came out. And now that Teo came in and they tried to implement it a bit, they weren't really using the same type of utility that would be their demise of, like, how do you actually stop somebody down the line that has like an alt line, for example, with Sim. Usually with a Fade, you want to prowler in those spots. You want to try to maybe even just breach fault line in those areas, or try to push him away in those certain spots where you could really lock down an area. And unfortunately, I haven't seen any of that really happening, and TSM just really had a much easier defensive side than they did against Winthrop on this map. So I gotta say, it's maybe something that made them take a step back, but at least like they had some moment of brilliance here and there with some nice shots individually.
And there was also a clear understanding for TSM and how they wanted to play these rounds, as the casters were saying, as you were saying, Van, of how explosive they wanted to be, and we saw it every single time. Even that round 3, that bonus that they got in the first half, it was the Rolling Thunder already available for 7, going in, Sim getting 2, and immediately and just before the missiles helping out the cause, it was very well connected, and it's something that we saw every single round. They knew how to execute into these sides, and on the other side, it was a Winthrop that were trying to adapt. They were trying to play for these retakes, and nothing was really working out.
Yeah, it was game plans and coordination that was coming together, and then the players that were also just doing good. I mean, beforehand, we had talked about Simbi and someone, of course, be watching a lot in the series, and us 3 on the desk, otherwise, we're also still talking about Sim. But it was a really big step up from the rest of the team, too, that we really got to see. I don't think Sim played bad by any means here, Dan, but everyone really got a moment to shine, and being able to see the newcomers onto this team, be able to lead the way, I thought was really cool.
Sim, I feel like he did exactly what he had to do. I mean, how many times did you see him satcheling in and getting traded? It was more often than not. So yeah, sometimes he'll get 1 or 2 into these rounds. Sometimes he was just getting traded, and it doesn't matter because the team was still knowing how to capitalize out of it, especially Vora, right? That was the topic of conversation that we had. Vora doing so well, 7 as well in this initiator role, kind of being the ones following after Sim is having these entries.
Yeah, definitely. If you're looking at it on the end when Infiltrator's at the top, I think that was their issue too, where as you mentioned here, Dandriad, yes, Sim is able to find that space because he has good utility around by having to breach in Teo. But then on your attack side for Winthrop, if you're not pushing 7 away from the op line, or you're not creating that space with the salvos or the fault line so that Infiltrator could satchel in those right spots. I mean, they had like at some point a nice idea of fighting back towards the spawn from heaven, but then really not being able to get into good positions right after that. So, I mean, on paper, it looks pretty good, the ideas of what they're trying to bring, but to try to execute it to make sure that it's the most pristine round from beginning to end of what you're trying to write up, and how to adapt on certain situations when you start losing players. That's where it was starting to fall behind as well from Winthrop. So overall, I'm still impressed by Winthrop University, but if not even more by TSM with the addition of Vora and Recoil in this roster, especially that you see them on the top of the scoreboard in terms of fragging, but also assisting around the team to making sure that TSM is able to move in as a group. Because a lot of these moments, you know, Recoil was in with the team playing post plants and not necessarily playing, fall back, watching flanks and stuff like that, because that's more on Vora's responsibility when they're trying to delay the spike plant, or defuse rather.
Yeah, one thing that I'm not really convinced of that we've seen just a little bit before for other regions. I was looking at Pacific playing this chamber on the map. It's not really getting a lot of value for moves. He was trying to go into these aggressive positions, trying to back up, trying to get that info for the team, but more often than not, he was just backing up into the aggressive style the TSM was bringing to them to take the side control. So it was not really good, but something that was really good. And the reason why Moves was having so much trouble was Vora. We had the questions about this player, a lot of promises on what he was going to be able to do on the IGLing role, but now I'm not only happy to see him IGLing, but I'm happy to see him on this Tejo and on this team. He was insane. He was at the very top.
I mean, there was the one round too where I think it was Uber that was like, how did Vora get this 3K? And I think Vora, like, when you're looking at someone who's being brought into the team, having to then all of a sudden IGL this core, that team that, of course, I mean, there's experienced players on here, and you're the outlier in that, to not only be IGLing, but to be putting up the performance that he did, I think is just wholeheartedly impressive. So that is something that I'm already so excited about this TSM roster just from this little look. So that'll be, I think, just a fantastic thing. And I think Vans, even just earlier on in the game, looking back at round 7, it was already like okay, hey, wait a second, TSM, like, they're cooking over here.
100%. I think Vora, in terms of, what I said before the game, he had to have a lot of pressure to try to build a new system with him being the newcomer in the team. But also in the mid rounding was actually quite cool. You're going into this 3-on-3 in this scenario right here where, they've already lost their smokes. They're trying to move into the site because GMD is like so far from the action, is already pushing out towards the spawn. So to see the calls of what Voro's trying to bring here for the team, 7, I think, was the one that planted the spike. He's already super low on HP. So he's like, okay, well, just plant it to a spot where we could play a good delay, enough so that GMD could rotate back from an area after he wins this 1v1 versus moves towards that spawn. But as you sacrifice yourself as 7 as the planner, Vora's running away here with the salvo so that he could actually delay long enough, again, for 1, for GMD to get into a good spot, and 2, getting the salvos out so they flush him out in the open where they have nowhere to hide from and set up a double crossfire setup. So just that in itself just shows to me the heads up play that Vora could come up with on the spot. Why I talked about it. VLR is talking about it being a ranked demon, but on top of that, being able to IGL, call some good stuff like that, and to already bring synergy for a TSM team, dude, this is looking very, very promising for TSM.
I mean, VLR and Twitch chat are just going nuts about Vora, and I mean, you never want to say that Twitch chat is right about something, because then you'll never hear the end of it, but they're kind of been right about Vora so far, so I'll have to see how it continues going on in this series. And the next map, looking at Bind, and when we had talked about Fractures, the first map in the series, then we talked about Bindan, kind of similar, so I'm kind of curious what the teams are thinking of in terms of composition for our next map.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. Maybe the possibility that Tejo played on this map, but the last time that Winthrop University they played this, it was slightly different. They were playing Deadlock as that Sentinel and playing with the Sky as that initiator. So everything else with the Brimstone and the Viper was staying the same. I wonder if they're gonna bring any changes. I mean, when they played this, it was against Fun Havers for that qualifier, so not that long ago. I'm more interested to see what TSM is gonna do. 7 on the get-go is a possibility, but it seems like teams are opting for other kinds of initiators. I mean, just this week we saw Energy playing with the KO, and that being very, very disruptive against his get-go compositions, and a lot of teams getting caught off guard. And we know these teams, they're constantly screaming against the very top, against the tier 1. So that is something that I'm interesting to see. It could be honestly anything.
I mean, when you're excited about seeing potential 7 Gecko, specifically Bind, that you were talking about earlier. So I think regardless with the confidence, what they decide to lock in, TSM is looking good so far. And all right, Dan, first impressions. I'm not seeing Gecko, but a lot of other good stuff.
Yeah, look, I see Tejo, and I'm happy on the side of TSM. I mentioned it. It was if we see a map 1, chances are we're gonna see a map 2. But the Deadlock is what is very interesting to me. We're gonna be seeing on both sides. Moves is gonna be seems like playing more of the Sentinel role Van. So I don't know. What do you make of this?
I think the compositional side for Winthrop University definitely has a good upper hand against TSM here, just by the stall in itself. If you're trying to be explosive with Tejo and Breach composition and trying to get your raise in, but you're stopped by a Brim Smoke, a Viper Molly, a Viper Wall, a Deadlock Wall, Paint Shells, it's just going to be so good for Winthrop University to stop the pushes in different phases that really will blow away the smokes that are being dropped in the execution. So for TSM's game plan here on the attack, they have to make sure here that they potentially default a little bit more so they could bait out this utility. If not, it's going to be so difficult for them to be explosive.
I mean, hey, after that first map in the series, I'm all aboard the Vora train and being able to properly stall out Winthrop. And for TSM to be the ones picking the map in this series, I don't know. I'm all aboard on this. I would be excited to see Winthrop make this comeback here, though. So, hey, we'll see how this one shakes up. First series of Challengers. It has been so great so far, and now it's time to get started. Back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Sierra, and our friends on the desk. What an interesting comp here for TSM Wyatt. This is the first time that we've seen them play this comp. I think, previously they were still on like the pretty standard Viper and Sky setup, but now they're fully on board with the Bridge Tejo looks and still have the Deadlock in the mix here. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah, this was always, especially towards the end of last year, at Ascension and during that playoff run to get to Ascension, Bind was their home map. It was their go-to. They were one of the teams that were integrating the Deadlock early on this map. Most of the other teams, there was obviously we were seeing a ton of it on Ascent and Challengers, but on Bind, TSM were the team doing it the most. And we're still seeing it here and there. The Breach Teo, though, I can definitely see some struggles for Winthrop when the sides swap, but on attack, we'll have to see what they can do. It'll be good for taking areas like Lamps and Hookah. Winthrop want to fight early, but they back off.
Pretty handy from Nasty there, as we saw an early dink for TSM. Recoil's about to have their hands full here. Nasty, okay, with a Ghost. You're trying that. Okay, Recoil just springs forward and goes for a bit of spam down. Maybe doesn't expect to be running into 3 players, and now Dimon has to pick up the pieces. Side is smoked off, essentially, so there is obviously opportunity for a plant here should TSM fancy, but they know there's so much util to wade through before they can even get to that point.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough. They wanted to get into the site fast because they knew everyone was in showers. So just smoke it off, get the spike down. 7 gets a nice spam kill. Vorta's going to have to go crazy here in Lamps.
There's no way. There's no way this is going to work for TSM. Surely, come on. What? He crouches it and actually takes Flare out of the game. It is up to Jerk. Gimon also got damaged a little bit by the molly that went out onto the site. TSM in a 3v5. Able to get a post plant. Jerk, though, with a bit of armor to work with now. Vora's ready for it. Oh, that's not a pistol. You can let fall like that. TSM get on the board first again. That's 3 out of 4 pistols in this series.
And again, they continue to win a number of rounds where they're at the man disadvantage. That's really been Winthrop's undoing. It was a good fight in showers, tripled up. TSM, I like that fast pivot to get into sight, but from there, Winthrop need to all be retaking together at the same time. The Jerk was just too far away. Unfortunately, there was a spam kill, but it's complete disarray when they're trying to get back into the site. They're just not grouped up together properly, fighting together. Really unfortunate.
Oops, is pushed down so far. Got it out though. Timon is ready for that push up there on A4. Oops, persists. Really wants to keep going with this. And okay, able to find 2 with the Sheriff. Great opener. TSM don't have that double controller look to work with here. So they don't have anything set up on that A side. Clearly, that's what gives Winthrop a bit of confidence in pushing up. Throwing caution to the winds.
Yeah, Moob's using that age-old maneuver. Oh my God, Sim. Nice little tap, just falls back. Playing in front of your wall to catch people off is what he did. Jerk wants to fight forward, almost had the timing.
Like butter, baby.
I just know. I mean, we saw the satchel come out there from Sin the Blast Pack because he was expecting someone to try and drop out of Hookah and follow up on that kill. Knew there'd be 2 players set up there. Recoil just flattens Nasty and Flare. 1 shot each is all it takes, and that is, all things considered, a pretty clean anti-eco after Moobs took 2 with the Sheriff.
And again, TSM at a man disadvantage, and they still win the round. Winthrop, after finding the moves with the great shots with the Sheriff, was able to take a fight against one of the players with a pistol as well. Vora just not the optimal weapon for the trade. But it's just this timing jumping out before the wall. It was a little awkward, but also could have just doubled up Hookah.
You gotta hit him with the old sit nade, you know what I mean? Jerk. Stuck crouched on that corner. Couldn't have gone worse for him. TSM getting good value out of this Deadlock util so far on the attack side. Of course, now into the bonus.
Smokes down.
They still have this Outlaw. 2 players where it's instantly lethal on Winthrop's side. There's going to be an aftershock thrown in now on towards the side. Gimon getting serious about it. It's Nasty set up over towards Triple. Looks like he just got blown away. And Rico takes a pick from a shower. 7 steps up. Looked like he had the baby iPad out. And ends up getting punished as a result here. But I'm going to feel like this is just... This is brutal stuff for Winthrop.
That's a vile shot from Vora. This guy is definitely living up to the ranked demon hype.
Last player standing.
But honestly, Rank Demon comes in at IGLs of this team, and they look super clean in these mid rounds. Jerk takes a hit from that Outlaw, and there's no way they're getting forward now with those salvos going off. Frankly, Jerk might be incentivized just to try and get out here. There's still a deadlock wall in the way. That now dissipates. Elsewhere, Burger Boys and Shopify Rebellion Black going all the way to the wire. Looks like that one's headed for overtime. TSM, very nicely done. Conversion here on this bonus round. Looking to see if there's an upgrade for that Bulldog, and there is. Gimon walks away with a Vandal.
That's the additional snowball from winning that bonus round. If you, oh, well, never mind. The snowball has immediately melted on the floor. They can't save a thing. Oh, they have the Outlaw, which you're happy to carry over into another round here.
Well, especially one that's, you know, going to be like a half-bought round. But
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I'm just saying, it's about, you know, 5.8k credits that just got blown to smithereens there.
You do hate to see that. It's frustrating, though, for Winthrop on this round. If they want to do something proactive and fight forward, you have to be worried that you're just going to walk right into the Outlaw scope. And due to that, they don't opt to do much, but you gather up and try and lay a trap if TSM fight forward in showers.
Sees the, oh, he sees the shoulder. The fault line is perfect. Oh, buddy. A proper extinction event there for Winthrop as they feed themselves into the wood chipper of showers.
And
now
why
TSM
not?
can just spread on the A side.
So why not just grab the orb, get a little showstopper as well for the next buy round. The snowball is beginning to form once again.
I mean, economically, even with TSM kind of lighting money on fire and throwing it to appease whatever god they believe in, they still in such a comfortable spot. Recall there, goes for the grab net. Jerk will be able to punish the fact that util was in the hand of the TSM player. But you have to walk away. You've got a Vandal to hand for Jerk, and you likely want to keep it.
Looks like Moobs wants to peek. A little bit of greed.
I mean, keep a cap on that economy. I see it. Sim can just go through the TP and walk off the side, like TSM could have done last round. And that will be another round on the board for here for TSM. Everyone can buy on the side of Winthrop, and Jerk kept the rifle, so it should be relatively powerful coming in around 5.
And unfortunately, the economy, it is uncapped. The cash is spilling out of the pot. They have enough to buy for the next few rounds, at least. Just dismantled by one fault line. That is the difficulty of playing against the Breach. I mean, we don't see him a ton on Bind, but there are a lot of positions where that stun is so effective. Fighting in shower, fighting in lamps, fighting B long.
Actually, Sim gets 2 kills before the fault line even comes in. That's the worst part of that for Winthrop. Now this time, though, Jerk going to be jump spotting his way down B-long. And there is a sonic sensor to play off of here. One also set up in towards hookah. And a late wall thrown up. So that's going to be there for another 30 seconds or so.
Oh my god.
Straight away, Sim going to make his way through. Stunned up briefly, and there's a molly into the back corner. Those sonic sensors are going up, though, snarling up Sim as he tries to walk across the site. Showstopper is done with now. But it's going to be a free plant here for TSM.
I mean, Sim is just so mental with his shots, man. The amount of first engagements he takes, that tap was crazy. Fighting forward now with GMD. Trying to stop them in the choke here after that smoke dissipates.
Well, Wyatt, it's either Sim or his alter ego Miss. And I mean that in both senses of the term. Today we got Sim. Trying to work the way up from the elbow is nasty and infiltrator. Recall able to find the one. This is getting a little bit hairier now, but TSM still have the side coverage. Flare has to swing into it. Actually wins it out, but time not there. No opportunity for a defuse. And frankly, TSM don't care much. They've got enough money that a messy post plant like that isn't really going to hurt them right now.
Now, what the hell was that transfer? Both teams, despite Winthrop being down by quite a bit and losing map 1, their players can definitely shoot. We've seen that. But so can Sim. That initial tap on the Viper jump spot and then immediately, oh, bet. The Viper's dead? All right, we can just run into sight. We're not going to get mollied. You know, they have to deal a little bit with the deadlock, but the showstopper nullifies that. Just creates all of the space. Like back on map 1, Sim took 10 first engagements. He was 4-6, but listen, I will tell you, trying to entry as a duelist when you're playing against Tejo Breach is abysmal. You get farmed, and it relies on your team to trade you out and pick up the slack, which they did. But here, you know, Sim is getting some cleaner fights, and he is the truest feast or famine player.
Absolutely. I mean, it really is unfortunate the way his name is spelled backwards. But when he walks out onto that side, he has the showstopper out, so he eats up all that deadlock utility.
Did you get that from Reddit or something? Or did you just come up with that on the fly?
No, I lucked into it, actually. I lucked into it.
You just lucked into it?
What is his name backwards?
No,
and I'm like, oh, that's really good.
Yeah, so I was going to say that is good.
Sometimes why?
No, we're running with that. I'll be honest.
You get gifted a heater, you know what I mean?
We're running with that. Together. All right, out of the timeout, Winthrop, what is the plan? They have ultimates that are great at finding kills. Maybe that can turn the tide on an eco round. Maybe the hero rifle can for Flare.
Actually, check long here. That was a guiding light sent down there. Winthrop hoping for a bit of an early fight there, but not going to get one.
Yeah, 2 heroes. I didn't notice the Jerk had a rifle too, so honestly, all things considered, this isn't the worst buy for Winthrop.
See what moves can do with a sheriff as well. Done that over the last couple of years in challenges. Flare with a pretty aggressive line here. Sky Smoke, they are obnoxiously long-lived, those Brim Smokes, as Sim is now being reminded. Little jump peaks to try and see, as TSM are very much invested in a methodical push towards A, and Flare just, well, gets caught out as he tries to go for those jump peaks now. Sim wants to move up, and again, just as you said, Wyatt, trying to execute into that util is a bit of a pain in the neck to deal with, but that was his own teammate's util, so we'll let the one pass us by as Infiltrator takes a little swing, gets value off the stinger. He was looking for a little bit more there. I appreciate the moxie that he has. And that's now going to be a 4v2 setup at Jerk inside heaven with nothing to look at here as all of TSM in their hidey holes.
Nasa just trying to find a kill, walking forward, caught out by Sim, transferred to heaven, Jerk spotted out, weak, on the run, and dismantled. Bro,
this is dirty.
When Sim starts playing like this, I mean, TSM are already looking good today, but then when he gives you the I will find every kill on my first engagement type map, it's over. Like, there's so many instances where we've seen a best of 3 where Sim goes 10 for 20 on map 1, loses more first duels than he wins, and then the second map he just gives you a 30 bomb, entries every single round. What are you supposed to do when he's so swift with every first bullet? That's exactly why he was on the radar for tier 1 teams. There was a chance he was going to be on EG. They didn't end up taking the shot. They went for Icy, who's a bit more experienced in tier 1, having played with G2. But there's a reason that Sim was a serious consideration. Like, he is a weapon. He just has to be used in the proper ways.
And that punish at the start of the round. I don't think Flare knew what hit him. Sim is trending that way again. Actually waylaid by that Brim Smoke, but it's not in the one-way position. Fault line, trying to get across with the blast pack, and he does. Oh, and he wins it out too. Swings on moves. Infiltrator, well, you got caught in the crouch net, plus the orbital strike combination. So that is a free kill for Gimon. Beautifully set up, and of course, we have a deadlock wall at the back of the site, which Sim is just brutally exploiting. It's another 3K. The guy is absolutely popping off. Can't make it 4, but Jerk has way too much to do and not enough money to risk it.
Absolutely nasty from Sim. What can you even say, man? It's a casket match, and he's hit the super kick right onto Winthrop. Just close the thing and get it over with, man. I mean, this is brutal. When he is on form like this, there really is no team that can stop this man.
It's just a beautiful opener. Honestly, Wyatt threw a ton of utility as well from the defense side. A blast pack to get him in, to take the fight so quickly against the deadlock. There was a fault line, I think, that was, again, being used to set him up. But there's so much. One wrong step, I think, for Sim, and he just steps straight into a fault
I mean,
line
by
or
the way, did he get this kill while stunned? Yep. I mean, cosmetic item, by the way. Stuns aren't real. It's so like, I'm a little bit speechless at this point. Like, what more can you say? This TSM comp as well, it is just lovely how everything syncs up so well. The grav nets into the salvos, fault lines into salvos, all of that utility is just so good together.
This is pretty scary stuff. A big push up here from Winthrop. They're really trying to take the game into their own hands, but Seven plants his feet. You've got to get up pretty early in the morning if you want to get better. Get the better of Seven in a situation like that. Jerk somehow wins it out with a stinger. Probably not supposed to happen, but Seven again will have his. Putting Nasi solo on that A side of the map, allowing for Seven to move into B and plant.
Fires off the Seekers as he rotates through spawn. We've seen a couple ultimates in the last couple rounds that really scream desperation from Winthrop, like Infiltrator popping his showstopper while he was caught. Like, they are feeling the pressure of being down by such a significant margin. They're going for whatever they can, but it might just cause things to spiral further out of control.
Well, pick your poison, Wyatt. Whichever side of that util barrage you are on, you're getting caught. Here we go. Another grab net for Nasi. Able to walk and dodge that, definitely. Flashpoint. And that one will finally be enough. This is brutal. Pour one out for your Winthrop homies, folks, as TSM have the 8-0 lead.
I can certainly see why they picked this map. I mean, they've taken that deadlock that they ran with much success with last year at the end of 2024, and they've just built upon it by throwing the Tejo and the Breach in the mix.
And look at they've got these massive util-focused ultimates to work with again. Sim can go in with another showstopper. 14 kills, 8 rounds, by the way. Disgusting. Jerk obviously wants to play inside this Viper's pit at A short. Going to set that up off the rip.
TSM, they have, if they want, they can use that stealth drone to try and locate Jerk. Maybe even use the Annihilation just to get the kill on him. Oh, gets caught close. Oh my god, he's in trouble.
And that pit is gone. That pit is gone! The showstopper connects. Jerk is down, and so down comes the Viper's pit. TSM able to get out of there after unraveling that Viper ultimate, and Gimon is happy to take the fight against Flare. Again, the Brim for Winthrop losing out over that A short side of the map. And you've got 3 players who are thinly spread on the defense side. It's TSM, cut noise.
You can really feel the desperation coming from this Winthrop team. You know, I can't be mad at Flare for throwing out the ultimate with the Gravnet combo, but then just trying to swing for more. So hungry to try and even the disadvantage.
The noise cut is brutal, Wyatt. It drags the player off of this A site for Winthrop, leaves Infiltrator solo in the site. Fault line, decent spot, recoil.
30 seconds left.
Clean with it.
Off the jump peak.
Yeah.
I mean, this TSM team, they're making a fan out of me. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm feeling it. Nasi just doesn't have the crosshair placement to win that fight out. Not against Sim. Not on a day like today. Boob's able to avoid the concussive grenade. And well, everybody wants a piece of the action, apparently. It is a 4-gun salute for Moobs. Paint shells exploding at their feet, and recoil will finish the job. This is an utter flattening by TSM.
I've never seen a team as two-dimensional as Winthrop right now.
They are Paper Mario up in this biz.
You truly hate to see it. And they're just at this point regretting having tried to force so many ultimates in prior rounds that when they are on the big buy with the economy and the balance, hanging in the balance, and they've got none of them left, it's just pure pain. But I mean, frankly, I'd like to focus more on how goddamn sick this TSM team are looking right now. I'm really blown away.
Filthy stuff. Absolutely filthy. Winthrop here. No key ultimates, but still weapons brought into this round. And this is definitely a risky one. We've got no armor for Flare. Full glass cannon. Light armor on the rest. Pretty low on the util as well. TSM has slowed the pace down again. This time towards the B side. No presence in Octagon here for the defenders though. For Jerk, not much you can do about that. All of Winthrop are pulled back onto the B side. Okay. Trailblazer here to follow up on that molly. Grab net from both sides. Ooh, okay, paint shells. Jerk's able to hold his ground though. Sim is down. Bit of damage. Nasty trying to heal that up quickly, but Gimon's going to be on the swing here. Nasty at 25. No one left to heal. No one left to back him up. And again, Winthrop get their heads bloody knocked together.
Every player on TSM is shooting, man. And it just has to get traded. 4 versus 2. Multiple players with 0 credits remaining for Winthrop. And we might just be seeing the most excruciating save you could possibly witness in the game of Valorant.
Oh, man. They're doing it. They are out there. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. It's getting so bad. People are adding GamerDoc in the chat. Oh, my goodness. This will be a 10-round lead for TSM. Generational wealth. Top 1% type beat. And Infiltrator and Flare just clutching their pearls and their vandals. Trying to stay alive in this round. I mean, Winthrop, in fairness, not their map pick. Okay. But they played it. We've seen them buying before. It looks decent. This TSM team are very, very sharp.
Winthrop have been grinding as well. You know, in the Challengers offseason, they are playing every tournament. They had to grind to get into Challengers as well. They had to go through the qualification process. And TSM are making the lightest work of them. Consider as well, you know, if you weren't here for the pre-show, or if you're not aware, the format of Challengers this year is different. It's a full Swiss system, and every loss is far more impactful than it was in 2024. You have less opportunities if you're losing. Every match really counts.
Okay, dude, really? Attempted challenge crunch here from Jerk. But Flare and Infiltrator have already bitten the dust. Jerk catches recall now. See with a crouch standard 4. Nasty's just walked up for an appendectomy. Free of charge.
Sorry, bro, the door's closed, but
it's a shut door.
I respect that he's locked in. He's going for every
Homie's
kill.
thinking it's fractured, you know? Okay, let us calm ourselves for a moment. As Jerk is sat inside the TP, doors opening and closing like the gnashing and wailing teeth of Winthrop fans.
How many kills does this guy have? How many first kills does he have?
Oh, that's a good question.
Must be at least 5 at this point, maybe 6.
No escape.
Yeah, we'll have our team of the best and brightest on our desk and Van Silly to look into it. Here's Moobs.
That's messed up.
Here's Moobs. And there goes Moobs. It's 11-0. Man, talk about a ball breaker, Wyatt.
Head in hands for me watching this.
20 kills, 11 rounds. Okay. Bro, Vora literally on the proverbial palanquin. 3 kills, 4 deaths. Absolutely being chill in this game.
Just having a nice time calling. Just taking his time IGLing, doesn't really need to do much killing. Honestly, impressed by Vora's Simgo kill strat. Really intelligent upcoming IGL. Love that for him.
Yeah, honestly, the brightest minds could never. And he's just spun that strategy on a dime. Little blast pack play into showers for that round. Sim gets there quickly, but there's some util in the way. What is happening here? Winthrop are ebbing and flowing at the back of the A side here, unsure about where they're supposed to allocate these B players towards. I mean, there's just uncertainty. These guys are really unsure of what TSM is throwing at them. They have not been able to distill the essence of TSM's game plan on this attack side at all.
No, they're really living in fear, trying to fight for some of these close spaces because of how effective TSM's comp is at those ranges.
Okay, well, that Annihilation doesn't find any connection. Unluckily for Moobs. TSM moving up. Sim, I think, saw a ping from that stealth drone through the smoke. It's going to be Moobs at least taking one, but Vora now getting busy. Buster heard me. Jerk to the site, and somehow the judge at that range doesn't kill 7.
Spike planted.
Literally has the blessing of the Pantheon upon him this round. Alive at 14 after getting that plant down. Moobs has had to fight tooth and nail in this round, and they've gotten 3 frags in order to do so. They've been a standout in this map for Winthrop. And now they're going to have to be the only one to stand up. Have 4 kills. The defuse unlikely now. Skimon is able to molly it off and move. What a transfer! What a correction from Moobs. That is wild.
And we've done it.
I cannot believe
We've
done
done it, Winthrop. We made it. We're not getting 13-0'd.
An ace clutch. Nobody wins 12 rounds in a row against Winthrop University. That's for sure.
Switching sides.
Thank God. You really don't want to get 13-0'd in the Challengers debut. you want to avoid that. Thank God for moves.
And honestly, it's pretty clean. Very nicely done. And come on here, maybe a little early off the molly. But Moobs is ready for it. Great little vertical correction of aim. And now we head into the second half. What may be a rather short-lived second half. But this is... I don't want to say it, but Winthrop would best be winning this pistol. Otherwise, they're hitting the showers early.
Yeah, that's a fair analytical point. Though I have a feeling they're about to turn into a juicy little snack for TSM in short. Look at their setup with all the pole line with the Teo and the nade as well.
Damn, this is clean. Infiltrator gets into the site. More of that could be able to take Flare out. Yet the setup, Wyatt, gives him such equity in this matchup.
It's too good. Oh my God. I mean, just to end it. It's brutal. I can't see any. I can't watch anymore, man.
Dr. Kevorkian was onto something. That's what I'm saying. Winthrop are struggling here. Probably starting to think about their next matchup already. Nasty though again keeps him in the game. Moobs would have been the savior, and they know where Nasty is. Set up in shower. Great little self flash. The guiding light gets him out, but 7 will take him down. Pistol won by TSM, and Winthrop will be forcing as long as they can.
We're not going to get to see much of it, if I had to guess, but perhaps in the future, we will see more of what TSM have in store for the defense on this map, because there are a number of options as far as setting up trap plays, just like this, on short, nullifying a team trying to go up long, instilling the fear of God in attackers when they tap an orb that they're about to be GravNet, fault line, aftershock, Molly missiled. Like, it's so overwhelming.
Winthrop tried to come in with a bit of a setup. We got to see at the start of that round. It looked pretty good. But again, they were shut down pretty handily by TSM's defense. Oh my God, Sim!
Down A.
That is unspeakably disgusting. He is just better.
It's going to be a long walk back to the locker room. Like you said, it's time to hit the showers, boys. I think this one's a done deal.
Bora here just able to clear lamps, but they're going to be ready for Moobs, who is sat there with nothing with a sheriff to help him. Flare caught in the grab net. Recoil. Checks that spot, but only has a judge to work with, dropping Flare low enough to be a easy snack here for TSM, like you put it. A 12-round, well, I mean 13-1, a 12-round lead at the end of the game here. That was pretty gross. TSM are the real deal, and Winthrop, after having to fight back into challenges after being relegated, tell you what, they get served up a sour persimmon in their first game in the circuit again.
I am very excited to see more of this TSM squad, and with the way that the format is working, they're going to move on to play against another one of the teams that is going to get a win here for their first match, now that we're in this Swiss system, which is very cool. I'm a big fan, and Winthrop, sadly, they're already in the 0-1 bracket. The pressure is on them. The matches matter so much throughout the season now. Damn, though. Sim, TSM, pretty nuts.
Pretty good.
I would love to see how many first kills he got in that game.
I mean,
crazy.
He has to have had 2 kills around, I think. Yeah, we'll check the stats. Of course, our desk will be breaking things down after this short break. Stick around, of course, more challenges to come today. Your first match, though, is over in a flash. It's TSM looking dominant. Let's see if they can keep it up for the whole season. We'll see you after the break.
It wasn't even an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Spike down A. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Beacon here. Like butter.
Spike down A. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Planted. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
All right. Well, the first map was a strong look for TSM. The second map, man, at what point is there a mercy rule or a stop bullying? Because that was just a landslide here, Vance, for TSM. I mean, TSM are looking good. They did not hold back at all on binds.
Yeah, if they wanted mercy for Winthrop, maybe they should have let that 13-0 slide so that you could have Mixwell just tweet, "Hey, Winthrop, welcome to the 13-0
True.
club." No, but that said, jokes aside, I think, you know, I prefaced the second map saying that Winthrop has a chance because they have so much good stall with their defensive lineups. But what TSM has done in a great job in conditioning towards fighting this map on the attack was just hitting A non-stop. But when you're hitting A non-stop and then Sim is dropping multi-kills after multi-kills after pushing in, inside smokes, anything that he does, he did no wrong in that game. You could just start brute forcing with full confidence into the B site, and Winthrop University they just didn't stand a chance.
Sim with 520 ACS. Are you kidding? I feel like we haven't seen that. Sometimes I see it in the halves and it's like, okay,
Remaining.
honestly, this kind of felt like just one half with the way that it played out. But Sim, like you were saying, Vance, he could do no wrong. I mean, we saw the kills, like he was getting stunned with the double satchel going in, gets 3 somehow. It was something that was happening every single round. And
Yeah.
Sim haters are really quiet right now.
You know that there's a couple people out there like, man, Sim should have been on a tier 1 team 100% because this performance, I mean, he
Insane.
absolutely ate. Like, I think like we were talking about the amount of first bloods, the amount of space that he was bringing up, and just looking back at the performance is just incredible. And I felt like there was not even the room for the rest of TSM to get any kills at some point. They managed to find a couple, but yeah, 25 and 10 bans. This was just Sims playground.
I mean, just like Wyatt and Uber were just mentioned during the cast, Sephora as the edge could just sit back and check out his iPad. GMD could do the same thing. They were just probably playing like, I don't know, chess over the iPads against each other across the map just to watch Sim just kill everybody. Even how much we've praised Seven, for example, we didn't have a chance to talk about even the role switches from Seven going to a breach, Vora into bringing a Tejo into this composition. But I think it comes to show with what they used to play before in the past with like the Viper in the sky and then switching over to the breach into Teo, it adds a lot more to what you were able to do here as Sim, mainly as the entry for the team, right? If you're looking at the cast around them, it was still quite high for both Vora and Seven. So they all kind of just did their job by just trading whenever Sim was not able to get like 14 kills around.
You keep a little bit of what we saw on that map number 1, right? With Seven on the breach, Vora on the Tejo, and they were playing around these rounds very, very similar. And again, setting up Sim for success, but it was also like, it looked like Sim didn't even need that help, but it works out.
It's nice when you have it. I don't think he needed it, but he'll take it. I mean, at TSM, I know we definitely had a lot of questions going into this on how they were playing, and I think right now my question is answered with like yeah, this is the team you have to watch out for. It was incredible, and even just looking back at this, I mean, Sim had 8 of these 11 first kills. I'm looking at that, like I'm surprised it wasn't more. Honestly, Vance was sometimes with how it felt like it was just a landslide.
We're just watching the performance of this team in general too. I can't wait to watch the TSM versus Rankers game because we are going into like a Swiss format. There's still a chance that they may meet each other going to the group stages. If that's the case, it'll be kind of sick to watch because Rankers they made a mark going into split 3 rather during the offseason event after Ascension, and you would think that somebody that consistently plays a Yoru or somebody that's just going to play a Clove nonstop cannot win an event like split 3, and they did. So I kind of want to see how this is going to pan out, where it comes down to everything that has been built around TSM in terms of the coaching staff and the IGL of Vora and how explosive they look. If ever it comes to those moments where you don't need to rely on those strats and you could go into fighting toe-to-toe against a team like Rankers, I'm actually quite excited to see those 10 players play against each other in the server.
I mean, I feel like I heard that Cash was talking about like, oh my gosh, and like TSM, like I'm actually really excited to see them. And I mean, when we look back at last year and like, I feel like it may be harsh, but sometimes the disappointment when things should have been working and they weren't, and then all of a sudden see it click now is just great. And we've talked so much about Sim already. And you know what? We're just going to talk about him a little bit more. I mean, Dan, you're already talking about the 520. Like, I feel like you can't look back at that series and just not keep talking about Sim on Odyssey, right? So yeah, 520 ACS. I mean, and he was just crazy, crazy.
Yeah, just doing everything. It was so good. The entries were so good, and to be fair, that's something that he was doing on Fracture too. He knows, and they have that. What I like about this TSM right now is that you can tell exactly how they practice these executes onto the side. And on Fracture, maybe it wasn't working out. As we said before, he was getting traded a bunch of the times. But here, when you're duelist, it's just getting the kill, the first and the third, every single one of these rounds. I mean, it really helps out. I really like what we're seeing for Sim. I mentioned it, and I brought it up right at the beginning, and you guys can't say that that's not true, that he is the best duelist that we have and we're gonna have in Challengers, at least right now. And hey, a 520 ACS, I feel like
Great job,
Dan,
guys.
for me.
Dan, you were right. You were right.
Game sample size, but no, I do agree with you. He is definitely shutting a lot of people, including myself, up. But overall, I think it's also showing that, like, again, going through a small sample size and getting a pip-to-pip picture where you see SR losing to a team like Burger Boys on a first weapon split. For me, TSM, if you're looking at it from last season, they were like, for me, like a gatekeeper team, right? Yeah, your top 4, and then the TSM is going to be the team that could topple down any other team and not let them go for a run, which is exactly what happened before we got into Ascension. But then now it almost seems that in this year, they might have actually that skill set to be able to push all the way through in a deep run in Ascension.
This is a TSM to be excited about. And at the top of the day, there was talks of, well, you don't necessarily know what team's going to be at the top. But if
Yeah,
TSM is going to be showing up like this every single week, then I definitely think
it's over.
that's a conversation that
Let's
needs
just
to be
skip
had
the year already.
sooner rather than later.
Congratulations, TSM.
Congratulations. We'll see you in America. All right. I mean, we've talked so much about TSM. We've talked so much about Sim, but now it's time to talk to Sim and head over to our post-match interview, especially to, I want to hear, first off, congratulations on the very strong win here. I want to hear how you're feeling about TSM, this iteration of the roster heading into the season.
I'm very excited for it. I think we have one of the highest skill ceilings in Challengers for sure. Everyone on their team is just like mechanically insane, and just like the skill ceiling is just like literally infinite for our team. So if we could like stay consistent, like keep our heads down and just grind, I think we'll definitely just stomp our way through the season.
I mean, we definitely got to see that from you in that second map, 520 ACS. Congratulations there.
Thank you.
I want to talk about some of the changes we saw coming into the season, specifically too with these two additions to the roster, Vora and Recoil. Specifically, Vora now in this IGL role. How did that come to be?
Well, we kind of like knew who Vora was just from like ranked and just like randomly seeing him around, and he is definitely the future of this game. We didn't really pick him up originally to be an IGL, but I think it just fits him perfectly. He's a leader, and his style of calling just fits our team perfectly.
Love to hear that. And there's not the only change too. New coach as well, NBS. And how is that then with the new IGL and new coach, all of that, all these systems in place?
They've definitely been putting a lot of work together, which helps the rest of the team and makes it a lot easier. And a coach from EU, definitely a lot stricter and harder on us, but I think it's good. It keeps us all in check, and he's like definitely one of the best coaches I've ever had. So I'm learning a lot from him, and I'm excited to continue the season with him and see what else I learn.
That's exciting to hear, especially too. I want to kind of go back a little bit. You're talking about the skill ceiling of this team. We got to see a little bit of that today. And this core of the team, I felt like this team has such strong players, and we didn't necessarily always get to see that come together last year. How do you feel then this year of Challengers, where TSM stacks up against all of these other teams and looking at this Ascension run ahead of you guys?
I think we're the best team in Challengers, like easily, no doubt in my mind. There's not a team better than us, like mechanically, talent-wise, skill ceiling-wise. Even just right now, there's not a team better than us.
Wow. Do you think there's a team close to you guys, or
No, not at all.
Hey, you know what? With the performance today, I'm definitely excited to see more. This was a great first game. Sim, congratulations on this win. Can't wait to see TSM again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That was a fast series be kicking off our day, but we still have another one on the horizon. It's going to be Trust and Plug going up against Shopify Rebellion Gold after a quick break. I said a quick break. I wasn't lying to you guys. Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers. Sierra, Vance, Dan. Very quick first series on the day. Still a little lost for words on that one. Hoping maybe the next one can go the distance. As next up, we have Trust in Plug and Shopify Rebellion Gold. Vance, did I hear a little from you there for a second, or my ears
Well, I was going to say,
deceiving me?
because at this rate, if it continues to be this quick, I have a chance to probably catch like the end of the series of the Shopify Rebellion Black game that's happening on the other stream,
Yeah.
right? So, no, but joking aside, this is still going to be a very fun game that we're about to witness between Trust and Plug and Shopify Gold. I mean, if you're looking at the Trust and Plug roster, they've gone through small roster changes too, with Okeanos, I'm pretty sure, going or gone to a new team with M80, if I'm not mistaken, most recently as a pickup, while Spaz also just got replaced by Sacred. So, but the core in itself between Mikey Teague and Monsi is still a great core. This is like an X blend where They came through what Premier going into Challengers, and then actually started making some heads turn in that spot. I think they got like the A seed when they had started with 0 points in that second split, still made it to playoffs, and that's actually something that you have to be proud of. Even going into like the collegiate scene, Blinn Esports
Yeah.
were probably at that top. Like early season, you were thinking about Northwood, but then suddenly it's just Blinn all the time, and you're wondering where these players were coming from, and they were able to prove their mark here on Challengers.
I mean, the fact that we had 2 players from this team stolen away, if you want to know where Spaz is, he's currently playing in that Shopify Rebellion Black
Oh, there
game
you
right now.
go.
So the fact that this team's getting players stolen away, I think definitely is this testament to the skill that we've gotten to see on this team. But of course, now we have to talk about the new players. And first up, Dan, talking about Erwin. And I feel like this is a nice little chance to now challenge debut. Like, stats are good. Hopefully, we get to see a lot coming out in today's series.
Yeah, this is one. This is one that's gonna be interesting. I feel like for these first couple matches, we're keeping our eyes on these duelists because more than I feel like in VCT Americas in Challengers, you really do get to see the explosive duelists, and I feel like Jerwin is one of those contenders to see what they can do. Trust and Plug has been doing really good. They were a big topic of conversation in the off season, and like Vance was saying, coming for Blinn, this team that was in collegiate that people didn't really know about, and surely, like slowly but surely, they started being well known. So now for Jerwin, I'm curious of what he can do with a core that was working out, maybe not to be at the very top, but one that it seems like it just needed a little bit more time, and they've had that time.
Yeah, I mean, Blinn Esports was the team that made a lot of people believers of like, hey, these collegiate kids are actually really, really strong. So even talking back of the core and one of the players we've gotten to see, talk a little bit more about Teague. I mean, not everyone can be stolen away for these other teams, but fans looking at Teague was always someone that was really impressive showing up in the server, in my opinion.
Agreed, and even just overall in terms of what he brings to the table and the game plan with the X Blinn core. If I'm not mistaken, there are probably the ones that are trying out like some Vice and Deadlock at the same time too on Bind before, and had some pretty decent looks at it, and I think started having people look at Vice in a different way that she could actually be quite useful on a map like Bind. You're even seeing her getting picked up a little bit more towards Americas, but overall, yeah, I think Trust and Plug, even though they've lost those other 2 players to being stolen away by M80 and Shopify Rebellion, I still think the latest additions here around Jerwin could still be quite good with Sacred. So I'm looking forward to see what they could bring. I think they could still bring like a very good match, and maybe they could be that gatekeeping team, right? This is still a big test for Shopify Rebellion Gold. I don't think you're going to discredit anybody from the roster of Trust and Plug in this matchup, unless you're like Mimi or Ender that had no idea who Trust and Plug were when they beat 100 Thieves, so, during the offseason. But if you've been watching Challengers, you know that Trust and Plug, they are very skilled.
I thank you for the reminder of that, Vance, because yeah, Trust and Plug tweeted out, literally calling out Mimi and Ender, hilarious, just
He does
saying
have a funny
at
name.
a evil cat and at Enders, you should get to know Plug before we win Challengers this year. Well, literally, I'm down for the confidence. I'm here for it. We've gotten to see their players move on to some of these bigger named teams, so this should definitely be a fun matchup for today. And now we have to talk about the team that I mean, it broke a little history here, Dan, and broke Twitter, broke Twitch Chat, broke VLR in the process. Shopify Rebellion Gold. First
What is this
GC
team?
team now.
My goats.
Vance, do you not know? I mean, it is so exciting to see them here. I'm not even going to try and not to be
Yeah.
biased. This is exciting stuff.
Who are they? They're my goats. I want every single one of them to know it. I can't wait to see them in Challengers. They've been trying for so long. And last year, for example, it was so difficult because they had to do qualifiers for game changers. The timings for Challengers as well to make it here, they were not easy. And this year they put the work. They continue to keep this roster that we've seen for some time, with the one big change of Fluorescent, because Fluorescent isn't playing for EMEA, playing for Apex. But the addition of Dodo Note, that has been always that second best duelist that we had in North America for game changers, now playing in Challengers. I can't wait to see Dodo. She was always the goat of race, playing so good, and in a meta right now where the maps are going to be so race dependent, I can't wait to see what she's able to do.
Definitely bittersweet. They were able to see a roster of Shopify Rebellion Gold here come on the stage for challengers, but without floor. But it's not to take anything away here from Donut, but also just in general, there's been a lot of like upgrades in individual performances overall with Shopify Rebellion Gold itself. I think just seeing that, losing floor, it also proves to the case of Shopify Rebellion Gold that they didn't need just somebody to hop into Floor's backpack every single time to try to win game changers after game changers, not only in North America, but globally, right? The first back-to-back that we had for game changers on the global stage.
Yeah.
And also due to that fact that they have, had to take a step back because they lost Floor. They have to try to integrate Dodo Nut. They have had so much tape on them throughout the last like 3 or 4 years. Yet despite all the odds that are against them with how much VOD is out there and still make it to qualify here to this point. It shows how much individual skill these players bring to the table when it comes down to like teams that may know how they play, they could still fire back, which is, I'm looking forward to watching this game, watching to see how they perform in challenge this time around as well. And hopefully we could see them make some playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the players on this team, this is a team that already had really strong players. This wasn't a team that was defined or made by Fluorescent. When we've seen Mel and Alexis, we've gotten to see so much, all these players coming together. So Fluorescent's crushing it in EMEA, but we got to talk about the new duelist now that has some big shoes to fill and talk about Dodo Nut, who was really overshadowed by Fluorescent, as everyone was when we're looking back at the game changer scene. But Dodo Nut's been here since the beginning, and Dan, Dodo Nut's been a player that such fantastic play. When she's cooking, she's popping off. So to see the pickup here, I think is super, super well deserved and really due that she's talked about in this sort of light.
Yeah, she's so good. She's so consistent too. And honestly, I feel like sometimes in those duels and those grand finals where FlyQuest and Shopify Rebellion were facing each other over and over again, Dodo Nut was putting up a fight against Fluorescent, which is something that a lot of people can see that they've been able to do in game changers, in scrims, because we hear that as well in officials. But Dodo was always putting up a fight, and it was a FlyQuest that was working out really well around her. But it seems like I just can't wait to see the Shopify Rebellion with Dodo Nut, because they know exactly how to work around these star duelists, and Dodo is absolutely one of them.
Yeah, I think it goes both ways into like how Dodo Nut is a perfect pickup for Shopify Rebellion Gold here, because on one end, you always had such a dominant performance by the SR team that Dodo Nut was always high up behind their tails and almost able to catch up here. And you finally, I think after like GC NA number 3, you finally did have a victory of FlyQuest Red, over Shopify, and you're seeing like the performances in the gap narrow down here between the top 2 or the top 3 in NA. So not only that, but on the other side of the spectrum, if you're actually seeing the amount of reps that you have against Dodo Nut, you know what she brings to the table, and you know that she will be a perfect fit for your playstyle and for your team. And I think this is the reason why the whole SR team agreed into bringing Dodo Nut in, and the results are showing right away.
Yeah, and it's exciting to see this change. It's exciting to see how she's fitting in, but it's also exciting to see that there's these players that have been working to be in challengers make it. And got to talk about Alexis next, because when we're talking back to about this team, and especially through the more recent game changers runs, it has been a lot about Fluorescent. But what like these tools, these players that have been set up in place to make sure there can be success there is humongous. And Alexis Vance has been a huge key piece of that.
Definitely. She's always got a game face on, ready to like, when she steps onto the stage and sits at her computer, she is fully focused in the games. And yeah, she has moments where she could definitely have multi-kills, but that's not her main role. Her main role is to assist quite well around mainly like some initiator roles, like the flash initiators. So you're thinking about the KO, the breach, the sky, and always finding ways to really set up around Fluorescent, now doing the same thing for Dodo Nut. But also now at this point, I feel that with Dodo Nut in the roster, you are playing with a little bit more synergy. So it gives you an opportunity this time around to not only pop flash, but like be that second and third entry, and making sure here that you're staying cohesive as a group. And you're seeing not necessarily saying much more gameplay as teamwork for Shopify Rebellion, but you're definitely seeing that they're not necessarily compensating either for the lack of a better word of losing floor, but just looking good as a team unit overall because of that, because of the trades.
I just gotta say really quick, nobody supports their team as much as Alexis supports Shopify Rebellion. That girl, she's going in, she's getting those kills, and if she's not getting the kills, she's getting all those assists, and you're gonna see it. And this is the duo that we talked about too, where Dodo is a player that in Game Changers you absolutely hear of, but it seems like it's yet to be tested. So in a way, I like this head-to-head because we have Jerwin and Dodo, players that we've maybe heard of just a little bit, but now this is the real test of, okay, what can you do with this team around you?
Especially too, Donut, someone we have so much tape on and we've been following for years. So to see how closely matched this is between these two duelists, I think it's really, really cool for this match that we're about to see ahead of us. And it's time to start talking about said match ahead of us. Of course, we got to see our first series of the day transpire pretty quickly here. So now I want to head and start talking about the maps, picks, and bans that we can see ahead of this series. For Shopify Rebellion, Gold, they debut, Trust and Plug, show us what they got, and Vans, it's going to start off on Pearl.
Yeah, and I actually love this map, Vito, for both sides, because for Trust and Plug, these are all maps that have been played before by Shopify Rebellion. Already some tapes that you've seen from Shopify from the qualifying game where they actually played their game against Funhavers on Fracture and on Pearl themselves. So going into those first two maps, there's an opportunity for Trust and Plug to understand the playstyle a little bit more. Just as I mentioned before, like the amount of the tape that's up, you could really try to anti Shopify. But on the other end, Shopify Rebellion will be comfortable playing these maps and will have to go through and show that much more tape going into the later weeks and finally can start getting upper hands later on.
Yeah, that'll be one of the fun things about Challengers, being able to go for that sort of prep, that sort of strat. But we've already heard our thoughts for the day. But what about our predictions? How we think this is all going to be landing? We were united last time, and almost this time around, Wyatt's going to be the only spoiler here. I will say,
He looks
I think
like a
this is
hater in that picture.
Yeah,
now that
man,
I look
with
at
that
it.
muck look. Come on, Wyatt.
I mean, Dan, I think it's going to be close, but I'm not going up against Shopify Rebellion Gold. I can't in my heart.
I think it goes down to the maps that we just talked about, because like Vance just said, it is the same maps that they played against Funhover, just in a different order. So it's how much they were able to work these maps, how comfortable they feel with going with the same map pool once again, and also how much the side of Trust and Plug were able to check those VODs, because there's teams that sometimes they do and they really focus on that, on what they can do to counter the other enemy team, and sometimes it's more about just playing for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, Shopify Rebellion Gold have had so much tape on them for how long, and they've still been coming out on top. So it's a team that can adapt for sure. So I'm excited to see how they do so in this series and what we're going to see for picks and agents in our first map. Pearl's a fun one. We'll see if there's going to be fun little tidbits in here. All right.
Oh.
Okay. This is okay. Let's go.
This is a fun one, actually. Yeah. So Shopify, they're not going with anything so far that's out of the ordinary. This is their comp that they usually run here on Pearl. But I just want to focus more on Trust and Plug with the Tejo and the Euro combination and the Astra. I think in terms of like stall, you're not really setting up for trap plays, but you are running a very good composition to be able to create some very good space for Jerwin on this Euro. And again, to see a team that's able to cook stuff up, I could definitely, no pun intended, Trust and Plug, because they will be able to try to create a better meta around this Tejo and this Yoru. I'm expecting that this Yoru will be able to TP behind the utility that's being thrown around this Astra and also this Tejo.
Wouldn't it be Trust and Plug? Not just Trust and Plug? Yay, nay? No.
Yeah, it's like
All right, my bad. I'm just gonna get out of here. We got an exciting match ahead of us.
Like this is hand in hand.
I had to try and take that title from you somehow, Vans. We got a match ahead of us. This one should be exciting. Let's head over to Pearl and our casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Guys, it's day one. Hello? Day one of challenges. You got all year to be cringe,
desk,
bro. Like, right now.
Who put this guy on the desk, man?
Holy Wyatt. All right. Yo, Trust and Plug with Jerwin at the 4. We've all talked about the narrative of that.
Nah,
Winning
bro.
against
Trust and
100
Plug, the 100 Thieves killers. Nah, I mean, that's how can you bet against them? I mean, the thing is, listen, I'm biased and I want Shopify to win, obviously. But
yeah, we were there.
Trust and Plug, bro. They're kind of sick. Jerwin, he diffed Asuna on the Neon. Let's see if he can diff Dodonut though. It's going to be tough. Dodo's been looking good on this team. It's cool that she's finally gotten a shot on Shopify after being so good in GC for so long, but just always being stopped by them in the grand finals.
She ended up playing against her old team in her run here in the qualifiers. Dropped 360 ACS on them, and then got back to business. So Dodos look really good on this Shopify team, and we sort of know them. They're a really storied roster. Like I said, Wyatt, we were there in Berlin. We saw them take on the very best in GC. Now they're looking to mix it up here in Challengers already. Shopify up on this A site here. Very, very close, our trust in plug. And the C's is going to catch on to the planter, but there's no follow-up on it. So very odd 5 versus 5 post-plant.
Yeah, no guided salvos. That would have netted a free kill. Just a full 5-on-5 retake.
Good trade. Mel at least is able to get out there. Alexis wins the fight. I don't even know if Sacred was trying to shoot Mel, but they got 2 for their troubles. Sacred, 4 for the round. Jerwin has to come in and sneak away the ace. A trust in plug, find their timing, and they use their guided salvo to force Shopify into action.
Yeah, it didn't have the missiles to get that free kill on Alexis, but like you said, it just forced the players that were trying to set up a crossfire on site out into the open. So many players from Trust and Plug ready to take those shots at them. That was a very nice big set retake to open up this map. And frankly, gotta harbor some concerns for Shopify coming into Pearl with this comp against the new Tejo stuff that's just so good. You hate to be playing a KJ at a time like this and not a Vice where your util isn't going to get broken quite as easily. It's going to be tough for Shopify. Doable, but very tough.
Already Jerwin's pushed up into Art, of course, because they've got a gate crash just sitting back towards spawn. God, imagine if they'd had 2 for their troubles. Jerwin doesn't want to risk the reload, so gets on out of their big util dump. No one affected by it, though, for the time being. It's going to be Sacred here who wants to take the fight up in Link. And Shopify have not been able to get through doors, and they really don't have a contingency white. They don't have a B-side plan. So instead, they muscle their way over towards Link. And Teague's happy to give some ground up here and take the challenge. That's 2 down. Great connections here with the Sheriff. Spike loose, and the President has to go in and scoop it up.
That was an excellent concuss from Teague on the retreat there. Baited Shopify around the corner, and of course, they're not really going to have a better opportunity to kill someone than the guy with the Sheriff that you can easily swarm with numbers. So well played with the util. As a matter of fact, there was some cool util earlier in this round from Trust and Plug as well.
Shopify, yeah, now exploring this
left.
B side of the map, Wyatt, which is obviously just canvassed with this Vice util. Mikey will be sitting, waiting. Sees him emerge here from the nebula.
One enemy
Wants to take the fight. Confident, maybe verging on cocky. Neuer slaps him down over on the side, but Jerwin gets there with the outlaw to end the round. Shopify okay, making it a bit more costly here for Trust and Plug heading into the first buy.
Yeah, all things considered, not a bad round. That last shot from Neuer was, or rather could be, very consequential as we move forward to the full buy. It has Trust and Plug in an awkward position here with the way they want to spend their cash. This was cool though. Jerwin gets that first contact. And after that, knowing that there were more players outside of Art, Trust and Plug had a little mini set piece with a seize that went over the top, lands outside of Art, and then was synced up with the missiles. Didn't catch anyone, but really cool, and does instill some early fear in Shopify when they're playing in that position.
Jerwin gets off the line there, but Mikey is going to be playing pretty far forward in B main. There's 2 guns watching this now, and Shopify have already lost themselves a rifle in the round. Forced across to the side there, but Lexa, she is sharp. Jerwin is forced to pull the plug. And now Shopify will be able to advance on this B side. Elsa the Mel just loses her composure here as Sacred is able to win that fight out over towards restaurant side. A main under control of defenders.
Yeah, that was a good initial double face. It'd be long with Alexis finding that kill to even things up, but Mel trying to seek that advantage, unfortunately puts the rest of her team at a major disadvantage. Trying to get into one of these sites without smokes now. Incredibly tough, especially considering they have to deal with the outlaw. 1 shot potential onto Sarah. The other 2, at least with the heavy armors, won't go down immediately.
Sacred is already setting up this retake util on B, should it be required.
30 seconds
And
left.
Sherman just timing to the drone. Shopify have to be so nervous right now.
Now it's pretty clear, right? This is headed over towards B. That Nebula is activated. Oh my goodness, Neuer, she's on one already. Great swing. Jerwin not ready for it whatsoever. Here come the reinforcements, so when time is short, Teague wants to try and scout this out now with the drone. Does catch on, at least to Sarah. Alexis will be able to get the plant, but she's stuck in that corner. Teague gonna cause her problems now with that concussion. No one's there to follow it up. Cosmic Divide now thrown up here for Trust in Plug, and Alexis is still sat here on the side. Monty, though, what an angle. Sarah's going to be plucked out now. It's going to be down to Noya and Alexis. Let's stand tall. Alexis finds 3 in the round.
Oh my God.
And what anchoring there from Shopify, taking on all comers.
Alexis is in really fantastic form at the moment. She was on this very map going crazy in their qualifying game. Has been so sharp. And Noya, I have been so impressed with in the last maybe like 6-7 months since Game Changers Stage 3 at the end of 2024 into their win at the GCC in Berlin. Like, she went from being a great player and a very solid piece on this team to like a genuine star. Yeah, her fragging has been so outrageous. Really picking up some of that slack that, you know, theoretically they've lost with Floor being off the team. I mean, not even theoretically. Floor is an all-star in terms of the mechanics, and you need the rest of the squad stepping up in that way.
100%. We already saw that emergence from Noya, I think, over in Berlin. Even more so over their games to get them here. Razorvine here is going to slow things up for Shopify. And they back it up. Elsewhere is a question of who else gets activated around the map in this brief downtime.
Good from Shopify, though, relatively early in the round to not just get the Razorvine up, but they also do that little, you know, jump to activate the shear wall. So that's gone as well, and they could really threaten more presence towards B, that there could be a full execute coming. Trust me, look, I'm weary about that. Mel again in the fight in main, but just can't win it out. Tragic.
Frustrating for Mel.
Tragic in the mid-round.
Going down to 30. So that's the A side of the map secured
30
here.
seconds left.
Alexis is going to pop the null command, though, and Shopify are going for this B hit. Already, they've got Donut back into halls. Monty from the same position as earlier. They catch Sarah on the cross. Mikey as well has to be dealt with up in heaven.
Can't use
This spot for Monty, look how cautiously they're playing it. No full commitment. And there's that usual to try and dig out of that position. The C's as well. But Alexis is able to get away from most of the damage and heal back up. That is going to be a clone shot. Dodo has a timing here and she swings it. Mikey is down. Teague is now sat in that B-link corner. And Dodo was trying to reposition here through halls. Set up a crossfire on Teague. Alexis, though, she's just not quick enough to the punch. An error position is noted. And Teague finishes the job.
Credit to Shopify for almost rallying back again on the retakes. It is the pure aim from them that is so good at the moment. Noya finding more, Alexis and the Donut able to kind of wrap back halls, but ultimately it's just Trust and Plug having that initial advantage, picking off Mel towards A, able to trade things out effectively, and some nice utility as well that was forcing Alexis out of that default position to create the space to scale in. Yeah, it was in this moment that
she couldn't hold that line at all.
That sees, yeah, and then it's in that instance that Trust and Plug are able to get right back into the site.
Look, why? That's just the strength of this comp, right? Shopify do have things like the null command that helped them in the previous round to get into the site. Of course, they've got the lockdown if it can work for them. That's great. We know what Jet offers. But a more modernized look at his composition has made Trust and Plug get out to the 3-round lead, and Jerwin had an easy time of Noya and Donut up there as they tried again to take that A control. Shopify have done nothing towards A main white. They've really struggled. They did have that round where they forced in through Art, got into Link, but still was shut down there too.
Definitely, it's been struggles on that side of the map. But, you know, there may be a moment where they can exploit how Trust and Plug have been playing there in regard to mostly it's just been one player pushed up, and it hasn't always been Jerwin. It's been Sacred at one point. I can't remember who it was on the prior engagement with Mel, but, you know, people that can't teleport. Like, they could be able to find a kill there later in this half.
And once again, Shopify have got themselves interconnected. They look to double back here towards Link. They must have heard the Arcros go off there. And I mean, there's not really much to do over towards water. They need to be hitting a site in earnest, and they got no A side control. So this is maybe almost deterministic that they end up here towards B with only 23 seconds left in the round.
I like that little reposition towards screen as well. Plug have a really good setup here.
Oh, they're ready. Look at that util. Concuss came on in. Somehow that's shrugged off. Mel's able to find two with the Guardian. Monty forced out. Has to clear that recon. And Jerwin now wants to pick up a rifle and dive into it. Alexis is there. But it's going to be Plug with two standing at the end of the round.
Shopify just need to stabilize these mid rounds and get into a post plant where they're at least even, because they are somehow nearly clawing back all of these disadvantaged situations. They just need to go into a post plant again, at least even. And it looks like they'll be winning a situation like that out with ease. They're making these tough situations so close.
I mean, that's fine, but that means the problem is Jerwin cooking them on that A side of the map. Just straight up pushing up into that A side with the Outlaw as it was for so many rounds. Mel struggled, I think, in the 1v1. She's trying to be patient, play until late in the round. But this is forcing that cancel or that sort of B angle constantly towards the end of the round. Monty's been pretty, I think, adaptable, sort of sitting back on this B side. Angles like this we've seen time and time again. And just the util dump that you could do white in the post part as the defenders is really hard.
Absolutely. Now that we're going to be back on a full gun round, though, and for the rest of this half, I would like to see Shopify invest more into taking a main, as you said, expend some of that Sova utility. I mean, you can't really punish the Yoru there, but in other instances, just a couple pieces of util, getting a Gravwell maybe behind the box with a recon or a flash from Alexis, something to force Trust and Plug out of a main would be very helpful to them.
Just one round on the board for Shopify so far. This time, Joe went over at the B side again. Without Mikey pushed up, though, so it's not quite the same setup as we saw in the past. Sarah has already pushed out on the B long anyways. Monty just a prowler up in towards doors. So Art always a focus point here for both teams. But Monty can fall back off this and maybe set up another trap play.
Shopify are making a hell of a lot of noise towards Art at the moment. Multiple players rattling some shots off. And
oh, she got caught in the seas. Oh,
disastrous. That's the play that they went for earlier in the half. That's that C's lineup.
Yeah, maybe less elaborate even. I saw the C's getting thrown, bouncing off a wall. Like there was, I don't know, man. That is devastating. That's Shopify getting punished by it, but not really moving from those Art door side. Now they're getting active through the middle of the map. But you want to see them get to a post plant with at least even players, let alone a player advantage. That Armageddon is going to slow things right down.
30 seconds.
Allows Jerwin to make the rotate over, so Trust and Plug have a pretty decent crossfire setup with Mike and screen again, taking the engagement off the Arc Rose. That was really nice. That's exactly how you want to play Vice in a situation like that.
Cosmic Divide is up here. That was set up by Shopify, but where is the plant supposed to be? They haven't even gotten out of the site yet. They've got to go for it. Mel was carrying the spike, and she gets wrecked as she tries to step through. A flawless round here for Trusty and Plug. They burn clock until Shopify have no choice but to run at them.
The ultimates, that Armageddon when you're trying to get down Link. Really all of the util from Trust and Plug in regard to the Vice, the Astra, of course, the Tejo, all of that delay, and you're lacking your jet, your space creator. When you're trying to get out of a choke point, you're actually just cooked. What can they do there?
That's brutal. Again, if they lose that B long control wire, their options are so limited. So now what's the play? Sitting back, waiting for a push-up. In fact, the intuition is correct on the B side of the map. Jerwin is looking. But of course, they always have a contingency. The gate crash literally across over at Secret. And so this is tons of map control for Trust and Plug.
So much space gained. The Shopify.
He's going to stick this. He doesn't opt to take that. And I think Noya, she's not going to be ready for this angle. Oh, Jerwin. It's an easy one. Now you're on a clock. Time's ticking for Shopify Rebellion. They've got to hit this A side, but of course, Nightfall comes their way instantly. Monty going to slow them right up. And look at this util. It is disgusting. Sickening.
All 4 players were connected by that Nightfall. and you still have Jerwin on the flank, this round is wraps unless something truly astounding occurs. It will not.
That is that is a gut punch, Wyatt. Brutal stuff. It starts with Jerwin getting a ridiculous lurk up on the B side. And like you pointed out, 4 players caught in Monsi's Nightfall. Impossible. Shopify Rebellion absolutely choked out of the round.
Already a massive uphill battle, just given the scoreline. But if you take into account the economy as well, Trust and Plug are rolling. They all have, what, 6K plus? Damn near on the board at the moment. Because Shopify trying to fight towards A main, no, and Trust and Plug have the exact same intention.
Can't use that. Right. Maybe an early fight here. No, it's going to be Shopify that opt out of it. And this is the comp difference, Wyatt. Sober, okay, talking about comp differences. Monty in trouble. Sarah able to bring them down. Big damage also. On towards Teague. Anoya's able to finish them off. This is a great opener for Shopify, but they still have the issue of being slowed up here. But there's now no Teho. None of that fade util to slow them. They can go for it here, and they will. Sacred set up and potentially a flank angle. Here's this. She wins the fight. 2 arc here for Trusty and Plug, and Blade Storm will even the odds. It's only Mikey, and they are a heck of a long way away from the action. Spike is down, and it's a 1v5 for Device.
When it comes to the lurk situations for Shopify, it is Noya that you want taking these tools. Her aim is so sick. 2 on the flank picked up from Art. That was a great ultimate from Sarah as well, just ripping that into A main, realizing there were so many potential targets. Finally, Shopify, long awaited, able to successfully garner some advantage in the early to mid round.
This is real nice. Everybody from Trust and Plug, so many of them rather grouped up on that A side of the map. So just as I'm harping on about comp difference favoring Trust and Plug, it is the Hunter's Fury that starts to unravel the sweater. And a beautiful flawless round at just the right time for Shopify here as they're developing this economy further.
Investment into the operator from Jerwin, who's positioned over at Art. Back-to-back, Shopify, they're putting that emphasis over towards A main. Switching things around as we get to the tail end of the half, controlling the orb, and now going to pivot back.
Noya, who's been excellent on this map. She's mindful about a potential push-up from someone like Jerwin, so there is a bunch of that deadlock, killjoy utility start intercept. They're going to fight for doors here by the looks of things. Here's a null command. Heralding a fast hit over towards the A side.
There.
We'll let you two now getting turned off. Monty going to be suppressed, pinged down to the back of the side, presumably spammed down through the wall. Alexis actually takes him down with a fragment. Shopify now putting it together. Jerwin opts to stay here over at the A side as the pipe goes down, and Teak was hoping to interrupt here, but almost another flawless round for Shopify. Jerwin here has something to say about it. It's 1 kill and a pop-up into Sarah's crosshairs.
Getting the op out of their hands, big investment. Actually, putting Plug in a tougher spot, at least economically, if they continue to string some rounds together here, might be able to get an anti-eco at some point. But to focus back in on that round, what a cohesive hit from Shopify off the null command. You know, that's going to route Jerwin from the angle he was holding with the op, afraid because he can't use his gate crash to teleport out. And then from there, the recon with the Gravwell going back into dugout, getting that free kill. Excellent stuff. Shopify are so coordinated when it comes to a big set piece like that.
So many of these Trust and Plug players benefiting from the stint in last Challenger season is Blinn, who obviously managed to make their way midway through the season via promotion. Looking like a legitimate threat, but that's a couple of rounds back-to-back that Shopify have been able to unravel them pretty quickly. And you'd think that it'd have them respect a little bit more, but instead they pushed all the way into Plaza. This is space now that has to be given up by Noya. She knows it. She doesn't really have KJ util to watch for this anymore.
Nebula gets popped over towards B, going to shut this angle off for Dodo that's patiently waiting someone to peek. Just is not going to come, though. Jerwin's on the opposite side of the map, really the only player she might be able to find with the op.
None of that space in mid-white has actually been really cleared by Shopify. They've actually avoided it instead of making it a main play while Sarah tries to sell them a kipper over at B. He's definitely drawn some util out. He's definitely
30
keeping Mike
seconds left.
interested. And so they walk away. Is this A main play, though, that is important?
You
Joan
should run.
is going to be on the line, as will Mikey.
Can't use that yet.
Excuse me, it's Sacred. Sat here over towards Secret Joan. They've got a little keyhole. They're going to find one. Mel finally gets the better of the Oro. She's been waiting for that for quite a few rounds now, and just in time there is going to be a plant. Lockdown went through. Mikey is going to charge into the site, though. Mel has to back away from it. Only a pistol in her hands, and Muncie overwhelms her. It's up to Donut, and it's not enough. Mikey brings it down. She tries to peer into the situation, and Plug increase their lead back up to 4.
Unlucky that, just every spam bullet connected over into A main with Shopify on the run trying to get out of the steel garden. I mean, Mel on site there is just 100% cooked, but the rest of the team unable to actually escape and wait out getting the rifles back to play for main. It's just really unlucky. They still have enough for a full buy here. Mel has the Cosmic Divide. Super good over towards the B site and good towards A as well. You can cut off that angle from Flowers and from the secret back site. Let's see if we get a quick engagement though. Plugger a little bit close to the barrier. They might try to press up or maybe just throw the haunt and fall back after it gets broken.
So Prowler instead takes a bite out of Donut. SR actually going to get some this A main control here with Joe, and this is looking dangerous. Punished there by Donut. Joe and ambitiously looking for a shot at that operator, pushing up with it. And now there's really no information off which to base this Tejo util dump, so Sarah is clear of that comfortably. She's able to nestle in towards that A main opening.
German just gets baited right into the Donut pre-fire. Advantage for Shopify, and they have that Cosmic Divide to safely get into a site or use it as a fake. And the rotates are being drawn off that B site. Wide open, completely vacant. Should be a free plant. Will be a free plant.
Teague is going to hear this though. This should be a free kill for the Tejo. I don't think there's any world in. Sarah, is she ready for this? She might have been, but Teague had the line. Now over towards B, still no plant. Again, this Razor Vine has slowed things down for Shopify Rebellion. Mikey also has that tower position that is going to be annoying to deal with. Teague now sets this util up, and Mella's going to be waiting for him at the corner. They catch him off guard. But Mikey from tower, no one watching at the time. Monty able to assist from the bottom of the site. Noise trying to get across to the left, but that's yet another one for Monty. Just Donut verse 2. Spike loose at her left. And not many bullets left in the chamber to work with. She's trying to bait something with a shoulder pick, but 15 seconds in the round. She's got the money to buy again, so why not go and try and steal a weapon away from Trust in Plug? She won't get it done, and Monty finds 3.
Tries to go for the wider swing, but just not going to get away with it with 2 guns aimed at her. Shopify really went all in on the fake, and maybe now regretting not just going for the simpler play of using the Cosmic Divide to get free access to the site and get the spike down. Really sucks for them. There's only 1 round left, and they're staring in the face of 4 ultimates. These rounds have come down to the wire.
We have round 12, last of the half coming up, and Plug have it all to work with. A veritable war chest at their disposal. And again, Shopify start the round by giving a lot of the map up. Backing up in Plaza, Joan knows that Mel is here. It's the top of the head showing.
Here.
Joan also knows that to go for the shot would mean he'd have to give up his angle. So instead, have someone else wallbang it. Mel so far unaffected by that. Like, I'll have this one locked. Joan takes a shot.
Portal closed.
Mel knows she can't be harmed, so throws up the nebula to imply that she has crossed back.
Just double recalls used, and in the meantime, it's Shopify who are exploring a bit towards the other areas of the map. Heading back, they have to be so careful about this angle, though. They certainly are expecting that Joan can be posted up here, and Nebula will go down because of that.
Again, a slow round for Shopify. I don't think that Nightfall actually managed to catch on the Noya there, and Dodo wins out against Sacred. So now this A-side option is on the table, especially
30
without
seconds
getting hit
left.
by the Nightfall that the push up here comes from Noya. She's in link now. Monty is about to have his hands extremely full.
Mel has
Noya's
been
already gone.
more than happy to try to sell these fakes. That is a great timing from Noya. Actually, just let her cook on these lurks. She has been finding picks all over the map.
She got up hard. Didn't have to find a kill to do that. Trusted Plug give up so much of the map. Some info here, of course, for Jerwin. They're going to emerge now. Onto the side. Decoy thrown out. Dodo, she's sharp. Oh, she's sharp. That's 3 for the Jet. Looking for another, but Teague's able to shut her down regardless. Shopify gets to 4 rounds in the half. It started to look like a nightmare waiting to happen, Wyatt. It got a lot more respectable towards the end. Like you mentioned, Neuer's been a standout. 14 and 8 with some nasty lurks.
Yeah, really, as soon as they kind of let Neuer be unleashed is when things really started turning around. When she was getting proactive, taking fights towards Art or Link, catching players on rotates, at awkward timings with util in hands like that, or when Sacred was in astral form on a prior round.
So now we have a 4-round variance here. With Shopify Rebellion playing an older school composition, it's kind of possible that they just haven't had as much time to integrate these Taeho comps into their arsenal, Wyatt. We're not really seeing too many issues as a result of it. In fact, we're seeing some upside, right? What KO can do for you on these fast hits. What Soba can do when you have some information with that, of how the defenders are set up. Even a lockdown that went off pretty well.
All right, Neuer's going to have to be set fast on the defense. Dodo on the swing. Lovely.
Oh my goodness, that is filth. 9 health left for Dodo, but 1 shot is all it takes. 4K.
Oh my God.
With the Sheriff and the pistol, put Shopify well and truly back in the game.
Oh, that's some nasty shots. What the hell? The last one as well, just why not get the 4th? Oh my God. Yeah, and now it feels like they're really within touching distance of making this little comeback happen. They just have to convert a clean anti-eco, couple sheriffs for Trust and Plug, but nothing too serious. Shopify are looking really good at this in this game right now, frankly. Like, it's taken them a long time to qualify into challengers. It felt like there was always that psychological barrier, this glass ceiling they couldn't crack through. And now that they have, just kind of feels like the world is their oyster. Like, they're playing with so much confidence.
I think we're looking at their opponents in Trust and Plug are a team that are going to be one of the best teams in challenges. They really seem to have it on lock. We really like what we saw from Trust and Plug in the offseason.
Yeah, they're better than 100 Thieves. They have to be one of the best teams.
Yep, let it be so. So a lot of Nebula coverage here, of course, but that A-Link is where most of Trust and Plug are emerging from. And Shopify are aware of it. Can't do a ton about it for the time being. Both of them watching A main. That's Sarah and Mel. What's happening in the corner? Noise pushed up. Couldn't quite find the timing. Joan went low. Not low enough for her. A big catch here. A lot of this fade util being quite effective, but the spray's good. Mel gets there. Alexis also chiming in for the right side of the site. And honestly, all things considered, a pretty clean anti-eco.
Only losing Neuer, who had the pistol, irrelevant as far as the economy goes. Unfortunate, I guess they give up the plant, but who really cares, right? Trust and Plug, they're baited into the site, and their positions are swarmed upon. Shopify were stacked up, ready for that. 4 players there. All right, let's see if they can try to convert this bonus and really get back into the driver's seat of this game.
I mean, that was like a big horn to catch out onto Shopify there as well. Kind of force them to reposition somewhat. Fight over A main, perhaps, as Trust and Plug have 3 guns trained in that direction. They're going for it.
Sarah trying to hold that angle, but yeah, just can't do so against the Prowler. Time to back right off.
Yeah, obviously the guided salvos, they dissuade the push up. There was no chance for Shopify to actually properly fight at that barrier. But Trust and Plug, spending some util on that part of the map, and not really able to gain any huge advantage. Maybe Teague starts to sneak up there towards A main, but hasn't quite cleared it yet. 0 Point also is going to spot them out, so that will confirm their Taeho's position.
Plug making a lot of noise towards mid. Mel is hearing all of that. Heard even the spike dropping. Oh, I like this little A main aggression in the mid round. It's going to force Teague all the way back. If Plug want to go towards A, they have to re-clear that. I like that from Shopify. Oh, that's unlucky though.
Worst case, that's the outlaw. They're not really finding its value. Credit to Mel for not overextending. I would have gone for it straight down the gullet personally. She gets hers, and there's also a Vandal there at the ground. Now you've got to re-clear this. Really, after a kill at the B side, this is where Trusty want to go? T just walks into a double face. Now you're running out of time. Pug still want to go for it. It's Monsi with 10 health, hoping for a timing on the flank here, but Neuer is lurking. He's actually flanking the flankers right now. It's really going to be a matter, again, of timing. It's short. Somehow you got to get this spike over towards the side, but Neuer is waiting for them. Can she stop a plant? Mike goes first, gun down instantly. Sacred able to save the round, though, and that will allow Plug to get a plant.
Do they have the time? Does Monty have the time?
Just.
No, didn't have it. They said Shopify win the round. It was just a grab well from Mel that delayed just enough at the very end.
Oh, let's go.
I was hella scared there for a second. Shopify were in a fantastic position to win that. How the hell does Monty find that kill onto Alexis? 10 HP. Bro's got the spike alone going through A main. And it looked like they were going to somehow recover that round.
That was nuts. Here's Mel, of course. She takes the one kill. Mike's forced back. A push back into the re-cleared A main, though, by Plug is really taking a big risk.
Oh, absolutely. Shopify had fantastic positions around the map. I can't believe it even got that close. Bonus round converted. Donut purchases the operator. Doesn't have the dash now.
Does not care. He tries to bait the shot. Eventually, they get it. Now, though,
a lot of damage.
Alexis has to step up here. This is scary. Dodo's there to get wrapped on. Alexis doesn't have the line, but Neuer does. Sarah's going to be there at tower as well. Dodo, somehow she is protected. They were coming from all angles wide. That was streaming in like a bunch of army ants. And now it's up to Sacred to save things. Into the Nebula, cheeky. Yeah, that's going to bait the shot. Catch out Dodo Nut now. The 1v1. It's Mel. The one-way in her face. She fires the tap. Oh, we've got an even game, folks. Shopify Rebellion are back.
Oh, just tapping away, looking like Cortesia from that's like the exact same name that dude has. Well done from Mel to close it out in the clutch. Puts Plug in an awkward economic position, a few rifles, but they can't all buy them. They've rallied right back into this game.
I was convinced that Dodo was going to get flooded there. Mel, Neuer, though, all came to the rescue. Great reaction there as Dodo's shot got baited.
They flooded so fast to help Dodo. That was, I think, the most impressive part of that round, to be honest. The team play there was great.
Once again, it's Monty and Sierra fighting for control of A main. Plug not in a hurry this round, very much more of a default stance. And this is Dodo obviously pushed up on this art extremity with the operator.
Shopify have put a lot of emphasis on controlling these links with two players set up towards B, the operator over towards Art.
Okay, so Flash will force Dodo off the angle. She's going to repost it. Okay. Moving with confidence, but there's a flood here. Dodo has to be careful. Tailwind is there. She's able to get the shot and back away. Now there'll be coverage as well. Alexis is sat there. She's not needed. Dodo finds her third, and Sarah just taps him down. And that money for Plug is getting hard to come by.
Dodo is going nuts right now. Holy Christ, man. A couple 4Ks in the half already. That flick is so sickening.
She won that. She pushes back up onto the angle after forced off by the flash. That is stunning stuff. I mean, Alexis is there on the off angle like, I'll be here if you need me. Just let me know. Not necessary whatsoever. The re-swing. Come on, man.
The decapitation as well. Why not a little headshot? All right, fast into this round. Plug trying to fight for a main. It looks like Monty wants to use the nightfall even.
Okay, he's going to come through here. This is a little bit awkward. Still, Shopify want to fight for it. Sarah just has to have quick reaction. She can't hear a damn thing. And that Nebula just expired. She's trying to get out of there. The guy that Salvo is going to give Shopify the hot foot. Jerwin's behind him. Jerwin could have been more. Ends up getting traded out in the end. 3 versus 3, but Alexis and Monty have both seen better days. They are low. In the meantime, space being taken here. Wrapping around is Neuer. Dodo has that tailwind active. Alexis is knocked for now. And that spike is being held outside of A main. Dodo is concerned about a potential flank. It's not to come.
She's rotated fast, doesn't have the dash anymore though. Yeah, Alexis, no chance of being res there. Buying time for Noya.
Noya can do it. Trigger discipline. 1 and 2 fall, and it's up to Sacred.
Down A.
Spike loose. That clears out A main, and Dodo knows exactly where she needs to be watching. Sacred lucky to get away there. Cosmic Divide thrown up, but that's really just giving them a 1 versus 1. Noya waiting, and she finishes the job. That's beautiful. Shopify now have crushed the economy of Trust in Plug and go ahead by 2 rounds.
A real big mistake from Trust and Plug to be doubled up there in main, but neither player watching their flank with that much time, having ran off the clock. Huge error. They make it so free for Noya. There was some really cool utility used from Trust and Plug to win that space in A main with the dimensional drift, just calling out positioning to send in the guiding salvos. That was all really nice, but what an error. Shopify exploited. Economies in the bin for Plug.
And that is brutal. It was a slow round for Plug, and that's what allows Noya to get up behind them. To be fair, they're on a clock and they maybe don't realize it. Hey, Joe. Goes pretty low to that Hunter's Fury. That's off the rip by Sarah.
I think just off a deep recon, Melmau has to anchor this, trying to get back in the site. A lot of util to avoid.
Sarah pushing back out of this now. Steel Garden comes up now. A bit of a lopsided fight for Trust in Plug. Shopify don't have access to the primary weapons. They're forced to stand and fight. Bell goes down. Steel Garden is now expired. The weapon's back online here. Mike has the line. Dodo with the knife is good, but just the one is not enough. That's better. Sharp shooting from Alexis. Trust and Plug, though, still with 3 to work with. 0 point comes out. Dodo now with a cloud burst behind her. There still needs to be a defuse here. Shopify need to get sight of that control. And it could have been a spray down, but Monty gets off the line. That Astra util's a problem. Alexis is low.
Stun!
Oh,
what? Hello?
What?
Can we get
What?
a grab well, guys? What is that? Plug's brains are currently being scrambled in the frying pan, man. They flipped this site trying to fight proactively forward, but the spike wasn't planted for the site flip, and then they stun instead of grab well while it's being stuck.
Oh, they stunned. I was already watching it pulled off the side.
God.
Oh, man.
Oh, God. The Plug in the last 2 rounds are starting to mentally crumble. They need this timeout desperately. It's an SR goal that have fully rallied back after being down 8-4. Dominance on defense, 7 rounds in a row, but the last 2, Plug are tossing. They really need to calm down the mental, relax, and get back into this. These are mistakes that you cannot be affording to make. We talked about it in the first game, but with the format being different this year with the Swiss system, every match has so much weight attached to it. You just can't afford to be making errors like this.
I get it. It's messy. It's a really messy post-plant scenario. And obviously there's some odd positioning forced because you don't always expect a team to get off the site like Shopify did because they didn't have their primaries. I mean, yeah, it's weird to see the defenders back here. It's 1-for-1 stuff. It's pretty nitty-gritty. Monty lucky, yeah, they get back around the corner. That stun doesn't mean defuse. That's, oh man, just the wrong.
That's tough.
Maybe that's all. Maybe that is all that Sacred had to work with. I'm not sure.
Shopify have taken this early A main control with 4 players, matter of fact, and they've got Donut, posted up in a pretty close angle with the Nebula.
The setup for a B retake, but they'd have no information yet about Link. That might be what Sarah is actually pushing up for. Yeah, she's gonna owl drone that. Right, so the map's still covered, even though Shopify are gambling on this A main play. There's no... Okay, the team can suss this out here with a stealth drone. And they've seen enough. They don't want to bar of it. And after the drone came up, Art, that's exactly when Plug decided to go for it.
Oh my god, triple reclear. They're trying to catch T. The Armageddon goes off, doesn't get anything.
He is such a nuisance right now. I mean, eventually they may go down, but the positional advantage that Plug have gained off this can't be overstated. Oh, somebody kill this Tayo, please. This is ridiculous. Okay. Thing eventually is brought down, but they are laughing all the way to the bank with that one. The site is under control of Plug. At least Shopify are in positions to apply a 2-sided pincer. I don't think you expect the peak from Water. That's an easy one for Sacred. Sarah, though, backside. Dealt with Monzy. Nobody on the site properly here for Trust in Plug. All set towards A main or from here. God. He's in the walls, man.
Last player standing.
Sacred back out of the fight. Joe and dealt with Sarah. Dodona and Sarah, the last two standing. We've seen some crazy rounds from Shopify, but I don't know. It's a big ask here. And their money's not that great. That'll be the finish for Jerwin. Trust in Plug after what, 8 rounds? Finally, get one back.
SR end up being a bit punished for putting so much emphasis on A main. They're able to find that kill onto Teague, but at that point, they have to make a pretty awkward rotate, pushing with multiple players back through Art, but they never really had any mid control to begin with. They have so much to clear. And then Sarah and Noya, they're just on their lonesome trying to spawn rotate, caught by Sacred. Plug really did a good job of controlling the rest of the map, aside from A main, punishing Shopify for really committing heavily there. Forces them onto the eco. Despite Shopify winning with like 7 rounds in a row, they're on an eco. That's how close this has come down to.
It's been like 1 or 2 players up for Shopify. All right, here's a pretty aggressive play over towards B long, and well, that was just the tail of the tape when it came to better weapons for Trust in Plug. And that's what they get for at least wearing Shopify down low in that 8-round stretch. They get themselves a bit of a freebie round here, a round that is worth 2, so to speak. And that means Trust in Plug can still fight for the game, can fight to make it an 11-apiece affair. As Noya's only looking for X.
And honestly, right now, you want to set up Monty to get this kill. He's going to get the Nightfall. That's exactly what they're doing. All right, well played little micro decision for Plug, realizing that in the moment. And due to that, on the most important round of the game, with Shopify's economy on the line, Trust in Plug have managed to get themselves 3 really significant ultimates. Effie's realizing that. SR Gold's coach, insta timeout. Have to come up with a plan to deal with that.
That's really, it's been an issue, but again, wouldn't read into the last round too much, as it was one where Shopify had to save, had to try and bolster that economy. But ultimate-wise, they don't really have a lot to hang their hat on. Like you mentioned, Monty already developed that Nightfall. Yeah, this was from a few rounds back, this late lurk from Noya that just lines up perfectly. And this is why the economy was so low for Shopify despite winning these rounds, because it's literally 1 player standing. I think Alexis just gets a defuse and she's a 1v2. Oh, man. Yeah, this next round, this is pretty big. Sacred coming from Water, playing out from Connector, just basically being a nuisance. And that part of the map was one that Shopify didn't have any control over. And then this round, I guess, we just saw a straight fight taken by SR as they tried to push up B.
Yeah, just trying to pop flash through the Nebula, little aggressive play to catch them off guard, but doesn't end up working with far too many Plug players in that vicinity. And maybe if it was just the solo lurk, they could have made something happen. Here we go, out of the timeout. What does Effie's have as a defensive plan to stave off all these ultimates? Glass cannon operator for Dodonut. That's positioned over towards A. And the bulk of SR, they're putting more of their efforts towards B.
Okay, so there is the push-up connected by Noya.
Who's next?
Okay, dimensional drift from Jerwin now. Gonna spot Mel sitting out towards halls. Will they flash and just emerge here?
Face your fear!
Yes, behind a Clone as well. Here comes the Nightfall that was built up last round. Mel was under some pressure now. Clone headed her way. Oh, from heaven, we're going to have a read clear from the Owl drone. Sarah trying to pave the way for Shopify to get back in here. But a C's thrown out. That's going to be the... Oh, my goodness! Mike, that is unreal! The lockdown, though, are finally cleared. Thought Mike thought they had it, but it was still ticking. Now, player disadvantage for Shopify. T gets in here with the stealth drone. Surely has to have spotted something out, and yes, pings Dodonut, forces him away.
Oh, just
a save?
them. Yeah, forces them onto the save. Time is getting too low. They have no control of Link, Halls, anything. They know that if they go for that, they're walking into easy crossfire setups. They just have to take the op into the next round. It's the safe decision. It's definitely the wise decision.
Going to the wire. Mike getting the gun, surely. Mel falling, and it was only the 1 rifle kept. That is devastating, Wyatt.
Operator
1 rifle
gone.
remains.
That was the crucial weapon to hold. They don't have it. Matter of fact, they don't have much heading into this. Pretty disastrous for SR Gold.
Invalidated entirely. That is brutal. Oh, man. That is brutal stuff.
Trust and Plug were so set up there to deal with the eventual lockdown that was more than likely going to be placed in that position in link with the 2 players ready to face from top mid. That was a great read on the situation from them to win the most important round of the game.
Now Prowler's able to clear that closer position on B-Long. 3 players again committed over towards A main for Shopify. Last round they went for this 2 and it didn't pay off. Plug just want to play anti-eco protocols here. They don't want to walk into any setups. Mikey doesn't like what they see on the A side, so that is going to invalidate 3 stack, forcing Shopify to reposition.
Shopify don't want to overcommit to A main like they did on that prior round. Either don't want to make the same mistake. Noya over towards B, committed to anchoring in halls, has to at least get 1 with this judge.
Noya can't peek out. All of Plug get out of B-Link safely because of that Teho util. Jerwin base the shot, gets out of there, knows it as a judge. Facing him down. Noya has no help. She's literally on an island. Still able to find 1. And that's going to have to be enough. Sacred's the first challenger here in Link they're dealt with. Now all of Shopify, now I've seen this before. First couple rounds of the game, they had to flood through here against all this util, and already the Razorvine is going to be set up wide to slow them down.
And they've recovered a couple rifles. They have to go really fast when the Razorvine expires, though. They need to get in. They need to get Monty out of halls.
I mean, Sean. Oh, Mike found double through the Nebula. That is brutal. The spray down ends with the 3rd. And Dodonucci's too low to do anything about it. And Plug get to 12 rounds on Shopify Rebellion's map pick. They have to go to overtime if they want to have any hope of winning it.
That was a save round as well. Eco for SR Gold. You could feel it within their grasp, especially after that quadruple swing came through Link to kill Sacred, who's consistently been in flanking positions like that for post plants. What can you do? Sometimes you just click mouse 1 at the right time.
Yeah, no, B-Long control. Shopify haven't had the opportunity to split on a B side as much as they would like, I think. All right, map point here for Trust in Plug, excuse me. Is there a null command here available for Alexis? Weapons are good. Fast hit is definitely available. Maybe you get like a ping off this owl drone. Okay, Jerwin has to respect the Hunter's Fury. Nothing.
Slowing down in the mid round. Alexis just jiggle peeking, ready to throw that molly towards Link if the pressure comes on to her.
Now starting to get a little bit busier over towards Art. Plug don't have that A main control. I think Gate Crash is actually heading in the B direction to give a contingency at least for Trust in Plug, but they're going to fight this. A lot rests on those shoulders here. Blade Storm, that's... Oh my goodness!
Oh my God.
The first is beautiful, the second is extraordinary.
Brother. She has hit so many flick shots like that in this game, man.
30
That
seconds
really
left.
takes the wind out of Trust in Plug sails. They've got to walk into a site that is teeming with Sentinel util.
Can someone get me her sense monitor? Resolution? I'm trying to rank up, bro. I need
That's
help.
wild. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Steel Garden is in play, but Sarah chooses the perfect time to go for this Hunter's Fury. Gets a free catch. Noya, you can just wait till you're done, Noya. That will be fine too. She gets it back, but Sacred brings her down. Sarah here from above. Now we got ourselves overtime, folks. Shopify Rebellion refuse to bow.
I love as well
Switching sides.
another aspect of that play from
Overtime.
Dodo is just the confidence to get back into Art after it had been cleared by Trust and Plug's Prowler. Just, maybe 10, 15 seconds prior to that, waits just as the Nebula is going to run out and then goes for the swing. That is a calculated risk on match point that completely pays off.
Oh, and she actually got pinged by the Haunt Wire just as that was going to light her up. She goes for the swing. It is timed to perfection.
It's going to see if we were maybe going to get a glass cannon operator, given both Jerwin and Dodo were happy to buy that up, but not going to be the case in this round. All rifles.
All right, this time it's going to be a quick push here for some control of A main. And so Trust in Plug didn't have a lot of disruptive util of their own. They didn't have anything Teo-esque set up. So Shopify are set up here. And Noya's on the flank. She's on a lurk a little bit earlier this time. Much earlier than normal. What is there to see here? I think she misses Sacred drop into Secret or back into the site. And Dodo has to swing into this now. Sacred's up close. Phantom doing some serious work. Noya only gets the one. Comfortably dispatched by Sacred. It's just Mel here. Spike in hand. Stealth drone lights her up entirely though, and Sacred just throws a Nebula in the way. Oh, the spray.
I mean, it begins with another spray kill through smoke from Trusted Plug. Jerwin just spamming that left angle on Shopify's entry, finds the first, and at that point there are just far too many anchors in the site for SRG to try and really root out. You're dealing with Sacred back there, Jerwin back there, and you know, Noya had a good position coming from art, but ultimately they just can't trade that out when they're at the initial disadvantage.
Yeah, right there. Sacred very clean on this little swing. Make it 3 in that round. Okay, map point here still. Trust in Plug. Their map choice of Fracture up next. Promising a good time, that's for sure. This more new look comp with the Teo. Looking pretty scary at times on this map.
Yeah, funny enough, these are the two maps Shopify want to qualify into Challengers this year. We'll see if they can repeat that at the last second here. Try and get to 13. Win out in OT. A hit from Trust and Plug coming towards the B site. Noya can find the first engagement with Jerwin. Plays it a bit more safe.
He got in there for free white. They haunted halls, and then Jerwin took the gate crash in. So this side has really gone up for free because Shopify, again, it really invested on the other side of the map. Now they're going to dig them out somehow. Stealth drone goes in, but Monty's ahead of it. They've been monstrous this game, but Dodo not. Oh, did she need the jump and flourish? Not sure. Either way, she finds the kill. And now wants to get more. Mikey's going to be set up here in halls. Sarah crashes on the corner. Looks like they were flashed briefly. Only 2 left here for Shopify Rebellion Gold, and they are on the precipice of falling on their map choice. It's just Dodo V3. She's done some absurd, obscene things this map, but this just might be too much. Salvo's forcing off the spike. Time is too short, and she knows if she gets the tickler, that is that. Trust in Plug. Take our first map of this series in overtime.
What a absolute banger to start this series off, though. Barely stealing away Shopify's map, who individually were looking pretty sick. Noya and Dodonut were on point on that map. But Trust and Plug just a little bit too consistent. When they were on attack, they were finding a lot of success as well with their own lurks. That was really well played, honestly, from both teams. There were some mistakes in there for sure, some silly rounds towards the end when the pressure really started mounting. But overall, definitely walking away impressed with a lot of moments from both sides. We head on over to Fracture. That's Trust and Plug's map pick. Maybe Shopify can steal it right back.
That defense side from Shopify Rebellion was good, but not quite good enough. Monzi, sick game. Also, Sacred's looked very, very good. Also, matching Noya with some of these late round lurks. We'll go to a break. We'll come back. Like Wyatt said, Fracture is on deck. But first, of course, we head to our Brains Trust on the desk to break down what we just saw in map 1.
planted. Clean. My ultimate. One enemy remaining.
A map that really came down to the wire at the end, and we're gonna end up with Trust in Plug taking advantage in this series 1-0 on Shopify Rebellion's Gold's map pick. And honestly, Dan, from the get-go, Trust in Plug, like right away, they had that lead. They were showing that, hey, they should not be counted out at any point. Shopify made it close. They made them work for it. That could not have been closer.
Yeah, it was really, really close that first half. It was a lot of that Yoru grabbing a space, playing with the operator. It seems like Jerwin was unstoppable. But then things got really interesting. That second half, it was 7 rounds in a row that were going the way of Shopify Rebellion. But the thing is that just when we were like, okay, is this happening? And they're closing it out, there's a crazy timeout where everything changes for Trust and Plug. They start playing so much better. They start playing much more like a team on these side takes, and that's the way that they close it out. It was a big back and forth between the two, though, and I just want to know what happened in the pause, because the team just completely changed from playing isolated, playing for themselves, not really communicating, it seems like, to then really knowing what the weaknesses of Shopify Rebellion were.
Yeah, I think both sides, even for Shopify, there was a timeout that came out on the attack side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, and they weren't able to string as many rounds as we saw here that Plug were able to do, but at least muster a few. So I think the timeouts were actually quite good by both of the coaches. And overall, the game was actually quite close. I think it's a very similar scoreline, stat line that we saw on the opening game of Shopify Rebellion Black earlier on tonight, where they also had to play the comeback and lose in overtime only. But you're looking at these replays. I just think that both teams played some very decent VALORANT. They found a couple of small mistakes here and there that were easily exploitable by one team. But then, for example, right here, this is a nice double kill coming out from Donut. But when you push everybody out towards this B site, it was a good read that you have from Plug to move in towards B. But then you have the other reaction of having the player play in the back of holes around Sarah's Hunter's Fury to do even more damage on top of that, to delay enough too against like the ult here from the Vice to come back and actually win the round into overtime too in round number 24. So I think it comes down to one of those games where you just were able to exploit those openings quite well, which is why we see such a close final score.
Yeah, I love to see those little like back and forths too, and how like the game just kind of changed a little bit by little bit as it progressed on, as well as just being topped with some really nice pop off performances. Whether everyone had a moment to shine, I feel like at some point. So I think that was a really really cool part. Jerwin was someone that at the very beginning, like there was that outlaw double kill that was super nice and really made a lot of waves. But as the match went on, I mean, we're looking at one of these core players from the team, Monty, just doing so well. Like he really put in a lot of work, Dan. It was really nice to see everyone come together in that way, especially since they did recently lose players on the squad.
Yeah, as you said, there were great moments for everybody, for both of these teams. Trust and Plug, I feel like they do understand finally after that pause how they wanted to play around and how they wanted to shut down Donut too, who for a few rounds was getting into these aggressive positions pretty much by herself and was constantly getting 1, 2 at least. So Trust and Plug playing this and making this work out so much, even if Jerwin was getting a little bit more quieter, even if the Yoru was not having as much impact as that first half, and as we saw when they were looking dominant, it was like a 6-1 at some point. I'm It was a good answer for them, and even the way that these initiatives were working out.
Yeah, I think that's the story too. It's yeah, I would have thought that originally when we were watching this map is that okay, well you have the salvos, you have Fade Util that's going to be able to allow for you to gain space, but I thought the salvo was going to use towards the back of the site so that Jerwin could TP across, but it's actually Monsi that throws the fade towards the back of the hallway. So overall, Monsi's utility was quite good for like the simple stuff of C's with salvos that got some value, but also being the main initiator open up for Jerwin instead of leveraging Teague for that, so that you could actually use Teague for the salvos on the delays in the post plan. So I think after the timeout, it was really brushing out too how you're playing like these post plan scenarios as well on your attack side, which allows for you to really start getting things back rolling in your favor and eventually to close out this game. It got very very hectic from times where where it came to one of the most important defensive rounds that you had on the OT. They had a perfect crossfire set up for Trust and Plug as well, and were able to close it towards the end.
Yeah, I was honestly very just impressed with Trust and Plug overall. Being able to see the strategies coming on through, being able to see the fragging, and Monty, I mean, Vance, just fantastic performances. Being able to see this coming out from the fade, top notch.
100%. I think it's going to continue forward as well. As we just mentioned before, it's a team. Yes, it's Trust and Plug. It's an unsigned team so far. Almost looks like because they're unsigned, you're kind of pugging it out here in Challengers. But I think it's almost a very similar storyline to Rankers, where you might get overlooked because you don't have that recognition. But again, if you've been watching Challengers, the impact that Trust and Plug has, that Monster could bring into this roster too. And again, just the different looks that they bring into compositions from map to map, right? They're not going into playing a Pearl where they want to play a little bit more, the standard comp, because you have new players coming into the roster. Of course, they've been together since the off season, also playing this for those who dare soar event. But overall, it's enough reps for them to say, okay, well, now we can actually start developing our playbook even more. So it's a great start for them to pull out with this type of composition here on Pearl.
Yeah, Monty was looking really good, and honestly, what we saw for last year, out of the players that are left for Blinn and out of the score that we're seeing, Monty, I feel like is the most recognizable. He was insane, and even if he's not having this flashy duelist role, we just saw what he was able to do, and they find their own way to do it. Right? Is this fade? Is not? They're mixing up the composition a little bit, but they're still keeping this fade and playing it slightly different to what we used to see before. But this Monty and Alexis duel, this head to head between the two is interesting because you're having the support from these two players and setting up what we saw Jerwin and Donnernote do in so many rounds. And sometimes it's not an aggressive play right at the beginning, sending a flash, having that support, but it's sometimes waiting around, being ready for that play, being ready for the moment your duelist that gets that one kill. You're gonna have that follow up once again. You're gonna have that swing for your initiator, and I mean, we see it in the stats itself.
Well, that's it. But if I look at the stats itself too, you're thinking, okay, 161 ACS for Alexis, 1.6 KDA. But what's important here that hasn't really been displayed in this head-to-head is the amount of assists coming through, right? Yeah, so it's 6 assists that came out from Alexis. And It's because of those flood retakes as well that were being utilized by Shopify Rebellion Gold to assist Donut. Remember when she was trapped towards that pillar, the amount of util that came out to assist her there. But even the retakes towards the A site, I wanted to highlight one of those rounds, but I decided to scrap it because they lost. But it's still the timing that you have for just a flash recon that allows to get the ping back towards dugout that allows Shopify Rebellion to start spraying the opponent in there and just overtake the site. Those are one of the things that, unsung heroes coming out from initiators, where you would think that, okay, well, it's always about the stats, about the star duelist popping off, and in fact Donut did, but a lot of that, as you mentioned here, Dan Dryad, wouldn't be possible without the utility here of Elixis.
I mean, it was a map 1 that was so close, and now we have to see going on in the series how this second map is going to fare, because reminder, that was Shopify Rebellion Gold's pick. Even if it was so close, they're now heading over to Trust and Plug's pick, and Vance, we're headed back. We're headed to Fracture.
Yeah, Fracture is going to be a fun one too. Again, this has already been played by Shopify Rebellion Gold against Fun Havers to be able to qualify. Unless they're coming out with something new, I doubt it, but we should still have basically like the EG comp. So you have like a Silver in the comp, you have the Raze with the Brimstone, the KJ, and the Breach. And to see how Sarah has been quite useful with also her Hunter's Fury on how much she's able to get pings, not necessarily just kills, but pings and information for the team. It really helped out for a Shopify to really close this over against Fun Havers.
Ooh, and it's interesting because both of the teams are running with the standard composition, and in a way you could argue for Shopify, oh, why are we not seeing new things, and why are they still running with these standard compositions? But Sarah is the GOAT of Sova, and we've seen it throughout when they were playing Game Changers. We've seen her individual performance on this agent. I like for them to keep this in this case.
Hey, I'm okay with the handshake here, honestly. So this will be fun to see in this world of Tejo, going back to a little bit more of the OG. Someone I'm keeping an eye out for too, especially if we are looking at a map 3, is Dodonut, considering she popped off already. Now we get to see the Raze. This is always her most memorable, but Trust and Plug have been strong. Let's see how the second map is going to be shaking up, and send back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt. Have fun.
Oh, we will. Don't worry. That first map was one to remember. Make no mistake. Now we're kind of hoping for a map 3, but this is Trust in Plug's map pick, and they've looked pretty good on it recently. I'm not going to lie. This map, though, was part of that series, Wyatt, that sent Shopify Rebellion into challenges. I think they played Fracture and Pearl, won them both against Fun Havers to make it into this tournament. So they're no strangers to it. And it looks like neither team have looked to, bring their Tejo into their comps yet.
In that match as well against Fun Havers to qualify here, Fracture was also not their map pick. So hey, they've been able to find success snatching it away from the team that favors it in the past. Maybe they can do it here to keep this series going. The individual form is definitely looking good enough to make me believe that that can be the case. The desk mentioned it, but Dodonut, if she can keep up that level she was at on Pearl, which was really outrageous. I mean, her aim was so top tier. Hoping to see more of that.
Straight into it, we have an early fault line here off the rip from Trust in Plug. This will prevent that fast hit up tree here from Shopify. Got to say, one thing I noticed on Pearl was just his game sense from Trust in Plug, Wyatt. The amount of smoke kills they got. Just an awareness of where Shopify Rebellion would be set up. It looked very, very good. And we actually have a pivot here over towards Dish. Yeah, it looks like Shopify are grouped up to test the A side.
Sarah has the drone over towards A main, so if she feels safe, she can use that to re-clear. Has to be worried a little bit about getting flanked out. There's no trip or anything. But she will be. There's not actually anyone flanking, even though we have the info. So that drone will draw some attention towards main.
Got early contact there, but that smoke actually makes it hard for Mikey to see the cross and the drop from Shopify. They've got it onto the A site here. Dodonut took a little bit damage as she crossed with a blast pack, but she's still there. Now in towards A main. Sarah cleared that earlier on, so they know it's safe. But on the other side of this door is where Trust in Plug are about to come from. They trigger it, open it. Paint shell's thrown in. Sarah goes down. Joan controls the space. And Sacred shrugs off the flash. Emerges there from Lincoln and ends up trading. 2 up here for Trust in Plug. It's going to be Teague and Jerwin. And the latter here wants to make his way over towards the site from main itself. Teague to set up a fault line for them, but caught out. Shopify group up and look to break one of the arms of the pincer, leaving Jerwin all alone up on this high ground. Hit by the fault line, revealed behind the barrier, and that's a Shopify pistol.
Oh, that was a stunning recovery from SR. the play in A main around the door after they get flash naded off the angle. That was Dodonut, who was supposed to play off of Sarah, who was, you know, deep towards spawn in main. But Sarah gets isolated, goes down. Dodo in return throws a nade just after this, is able to actually find a kill with it. But then after that, the Shopify players, look at this, retreat, triple face to the player that was coming out of main. I believe that was White. They get that kill. Then they catch Teague in the fault line as well. Perfect timing. That was lovely.
Yeah, unreal. That nade, yeah. I mean, that was a perfect nade backed up by a flash, I think, by Donut.
That team pathing was genuinely excellent. Oh, dangerous for Noya on the run.
Air Force One gets the president out. Only just, though. Sarah actually doesn't go upstairs with his drone. Okay, Monty does get leaked here, but it might not be quick enough. Yep, Dodo doesn't have the time to respond to the call that would have had to have come from the droning player of Sarah. Alexis sat on bottom side, but Gerwin's going to work here with the Sheriff. This will clear Teague from the corner, or at least force a fight, and Alexis can win it, but she's pinned at the corner by these paint shells. And that's 3 for Gerwin on the round. Beautiful comeback here for Trust in Plug. Make it 4. Yeah, well, he's called Gerwin, not Gerlose, I guess.
Unfortunate for Shopify. That is disastrous. Just after absolutely hyping up that pistol round play to the maximum, tossed away, losing the anti-eco. Pretty brutal way to start this game. Noya's going to have the hero Guardian.
Gerwin with 5 out of 7 of his team's kills right now. Been so deadly on that A side.
Yeah, the accuracy with the Sheriff there was pretty nasty. I mean, he just makes the difference as an individual player. Was pretty hot to start the last map as well.
And another beautiful opener. Fault line set up, and why Sarah thinks she can go for the orb there. I mean, Plug just re-cleared that awfully fast. And Shopify with obviously the weaker weapons have no chance in this round. Not a snowball's chance in the 7th circle. It's Mel with the classic, and that is it. Situations like this, you're like, so what is the point? Get real contemplative about your Valorant tenure. What am I trying to achieve here? She did get an old orb.
Yeah, it is just time to orb a max. That's really all you can do.
Damn, this is so save coded right now.
Oh! I mean, Monty getting a little silly.
Okay, we have a rifle.
Maybe we can do some damage. Well, maybe not.
I mean, getting one gun, considering how that round went, not bad. Not bad considering the expectations were pretty low. Bar was on the floor at that point, so Mel gets an orb and a kill, which means that's 2 orbs picked up virtually. Shopify now have the buy.
They've done a good job collecting orbs around the map. Look at Alexis, Mel, and Sarah right now in terms of the ult economy.
Okay, but this isn't Maple Story, is it?
Hey,
it's Valorant. You get shot, you die.
And that's a fair point. They did get shot and they died, but they died and collected orbs. They orb maxed, brother. They are ready for this round.
What if I told you that a kill was an orb?
Get that orb. Get the orb. You can get Sarah's ult. And also, I mean, speaking of ults, because Gerwin has 17 kills in the first 3 rounds, he already has the showstopper and the off.
All right, here's the Sky Smoke that's going to be duly ignored by Shopify as they charge on towards the site. Mike was ready for Dodonut to be stuck in the corner there, and there's a fault line to facilitate a further swing. But the rest of the Shopify back up behind those smokes. So they lose at duels, but who's lurking but Noya? He's up here. Will should be spotted. Oh, that hurts. That
enemy mark.
That hurts. Noya caught out by that. Oh, by that aftershock. Yeah.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, that's not Plug. That's tough. Yeah, I mean, Plug just completely encircled him over towards B main. They got Dodonut into the site, but just did not have the support to push any further, get into tower. That fault line from Alexis came a little bit too late. Dodo's just completely caught alone. No one could scale in because of the util that was coming into main. And from there, just no map control, fully surrounded. Their only chance was to punish Gerwin on that flank because, listen, he was getting really aggro. Had Noya just hit the headshot and not the shoulder shot, complexion of the round could be completely different. I mean, that second player that was with Gerwin could have, also in addition, have gone down and from there, the map's pretty opened up, can pivot back to A, but it's Jerwin just hitting the crucial shots at the moment that has really gotten Plug in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, it was those first couple of rounds, right? I think Jerwin emerges after the anti-eco with 5 kills out of a total of 7. This here is obviously set up by a fault lines, and there's a re-attempt at the orb. And I guess there's a belief for Shopify that someone's covering Sarah there as she goes for the orb. Mel steals the gun away, of course. We saw that happen. And this was the hit that, I mean, Dodo, she blast packs onto the site, but there's smokes in between her and the rest of her team. So she's essentially fighting solo. And eventually, like you said, Shopify just got encircled.
I believe we'll be right back to orb maxing. We can, Shopify can get a hell of a lot of ultimates for their next buy round. That is going to be the consolation prize here if they can't actually win this out. They've got a whole lot of sheriffs. Maybe they can hit a couple headshots.
All right, this time. Plug mostly playing from that spawn side here. Getting a ping out on towards the site. Still no plant. Obviously, tower control heavily taken by Shopify, but the weapons just aren't there, and Plug are happy to draw this round out a little bit. Take these longer fights. Will indeed be a B plant.
Spike planted.
Alexis will be stuck in this corner until some form of util is expended to get her out. Or until some form of util comes in to punish her for being there. Yep, here it is. As soon as she tries to swing out, Mikey brings her down. Sacred inside the smokes here. Sarah trying to intervene from Arcade, but there's not a whole lot she can do with the kind of weaponry she's working with. Mel deals with Sacred. They plunge into the smoke, but it will be traded out. Now it's up to Neuer. In tower. Dealt with the shorty.
Ultimately, it is just the overwhelming utility, better weaponry from Plug, and a well-executed full retake. So difficult to play positions on site. You know, when you have the breach and the raise combo. No Teo, that makes it even worse to try and dig into those positions. This is what SR have been waiting for, though. Full buy rounds. All the orbs they've been gathering have resulted in 3 ultimates. Let's try and capitalize.
Yeah, let's see the payoff for the orb maxing you're getting so excited about.
I mean, this is the... Listen, I'm not excited until they actually use the ults to win the round. That is what would truly excite me.
Just very solid stuff here from Trust in Plug White. They just played off the site in that previous round.
A crazy recon just came out to spot the players towards Arcade for Alexis, who's pushing up there into the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury is going to be awkward. Okay, Dodo, I like that bit of disruption thrown over there. Oh, Rolling Thunder. Mike's in trouble. Dodo's able to bring them down, but now this group up here over towards Generator. Joe wasn't able to peer in and find Neuer. Still no plant yet. A lot being spent here, but we knew that Shopify were coming into this round with some serious ultimates, but now they have to stick the landing wire. Our drone sees Joe and get pinged out. And Monsy's gonna check the corner. Yes, Mel is revealed, taking that corner. Classic aftershock, and then it's an easy kill. Really, almost feels like you're done if you're caught in that position for too long. This line that Alexis is covering is gonna be very important. Plug, though, they need to cross it now, and there's gonna be a recon that can't be cleared. Looked like that was gonna ping them. Fault line came out. Alexis is good for 2, though. Now it's up to Joe, who's had to go over to a rifle 3 for Joe in the round. Can they do it? Time is short here, though. That's the issue. Joe going to give it a tickle. Oh, that is dirty stuff, Joe. But there's no time. Alexis knows she can step up onto the site, and she will clutch it out. 3 for her on the round, putting Joe off an ace and securing only the 2nd round for Shopify this map.
Shopify, they really brought out an execute there for the real Valorant nerds, Mitch. Like, all of the utility that was used there, that entire setup to execute onto the site was really cool. It's starting off with that wild recon dart that, I don't know, maybe Sarah got that one ripped out of the Calm playbook back from Champions. Into the Hunter's Fury, into the Rolling Thunder from the north side of the map. That was super cool. The orb maxing, we got the payoff. It all worked.
Oh, come on.
What?
It gets him around, right?
It's important on the map.
All right, it gets him around. All right.
There's so many orbs to collect.
Some ultimacy coming up for Trusting Plug soon, though. Load it up, though. Going to make use of the showstopper to clear this space. That might force Mike out of heaven. Yep, they have the fear of God in them. They've got a good line to do with Neuer. And they can get back into heaven. They might have to fight for it, though. Mermaid sound. She has. It's easy for Mikey. Beautiful pick up, and now Heaven is rather Tower back on the table. Excuse me. Hunter through from Monty. Claims Sarah. Gets his opposite number. And it's all down to Mel. This one is unraveled awfully quick, and Mel in this post plant has to try and find a way. She just has to cover the cross. What are we going to do? Just walk away? She's lined up.
Time for the Molly line up.
She's lined up, baby.
Get back in, take a duel.
She can get this to half and then have to get off, and there's the shot. Mel is down.
And
We're just going to stick it. It missed anyway.
Yeah, the Molly was a little bit off, unfortunately.
Well,
Scatter from my stuff. Super
unfortunate. You definitely want that one to be lined up, but I think after that, Mel doesn't have anything else to stop the defuse. Trusting plugged up.
German has really stepped under fracture, ready to have a sim-like performance from earlier today. Already at 15 is kinda ridiculous. Again, these executes from Shopify are looking good, but when it comes down to the retake, Trust and Plug's utility is really solid. They're scaling together well, and they're winning out crucial duels. Oh my god, this man, he simply cannot be stopped. He is too good right now.
Kind of sick. Yeah, Joan's a little different, I'm not going to lie. So again, that play obviously forces Trust and Plug to give some space on B, but they've shown that they can essentially give up that side and have these really solid retakes, especially behind this breach util on the post plant, forcing a player off the plant spot. And yet there's been no plant here. Joe's got a good line, but that will be stymied for now. They have to give it up. Or we just swing onto it. Dodo punishes. That's beautiful from Sarah as well. Now we're 3.
Spike planted.
You do have this Brim ultimate to play off of now, but it's a tall order. The weapons aren't great for Shopify. It's really just a Guardian for Dodo Nuts. So how do they navigate this? Flash and a shock dart over towards the site. It's planted out in the open, if I'm not mistaken. Sacred's about to get busy. Ooh, what a swing, Sacred, dirty with it. Here we go, Monty demolishes Dodo Nut, and Lex is caught out in the middle of the site. She's stunned up, and the spray is wild, but Sacred, beautifully done for Trust in Plug. Again, another round where they can afford to divert players for a moment at the top of the map and then have a retake.
Shopify did a great job earlier in the round exploiting those mistakes that were made by Trust and Plug, over swinging. Was expecting them to once again just play for these big retakes that they've looked so well drilled at, but no, getting a little bit too confident perhaps. Ultimately irrelevant because those swings from Shopify at the end were just not paced well enough. They were lined up. Easy for Sacred to knock down. That was just an eco round.
Boy, he's 16-4. Holy Joan.
Yeah, that's crazy. Casual little 2 kills per round.
That's it. And again, a bit of a play over towards Dish here. Okay, both Soda's getting big pings, but Sacred doesn't have the backup that Shopify do. Most of their team now heading over towards drop. It's only going to be Teague on the side. Monty is trying to get there to help, or at least trying to clear any potential flank, and Alexis is there. There's a Rolling Thunder. That was Alexis letting that one go for Teague, holding him down. Now gets a Rolling Thunder. What was that? A double from Joe, and the anchoring is sublime. Mel trying to crawl, hindered, away from that Ave side, but they're coming for it. And there'll be no mercy from Trust in Plug. Another 3K for Joey.
Yeah, evidently. I was going to say he's always good for 2, but why not get a 3rd as well? Mental performance. 19 on the board right now for Jerwin. Shopify had a decent chance after taking that Dish fight as well, with Sacred's adjustment on the aim going a bit awry. Plug have got a beat on the fact, though, that Shopify are playing these 4-1 setups, leaving Alexis the breach as that one lurk effort. And there is a timing that Monty caught to punish her for that when the util is being used. When you know a fault line is going to come out, you can press forward, get in a position tucked like that to find the kill. It is exploitable.
Oh. Against these kind of guns, that is just too... Oh, no, he went for it. I was looking at that crosshair. Joan just has a sixth sense about it. Tearing Shopify Rebellion to shreds. Alexis is going to have to be satisfied with just getting Teague there, at least for now. Neuer has crept up here towards drop. Plug have a pretty big advantage in this round. Joan a little low on health, but with an operator in hand. Nice molly, but Dodo Nut's able to get around the back side of it here. Sacred pressured, stunned, now heavily pushed off that position. Here comes a A look towards A for Shopify.
Placing alarm
And up on the side, it's Monty. Again, is going to have a Herculean
should run.
anchoring effort with reinforcements on their way, but slowed up by this KJ util. There's a lockdown on the site. Monty hears the footsteps go past. The lockdown's cleared. Alexis packed up into that line of sight. Monty hears Dodo not surely. Now it's ring around the rosy. Dodo has to clutch this big. Mikey's going to swing to the left, and Dodo's able to take him now. One more. Showstopper. Jerwin sees it. Just stand still. Absolute nerves of steel. And still Dodo's able to come out with 4. Beautifully done.
Gets that like the absolute edge of the splash damage from the rocket to get that kill. That's so well played. Justin Plug, their spacing there was so off. Donut fully taking advantage of that, isolating 1v1s. The little satchel as well, just to mess with Mike's movement to find the second kill. That was a lovely little micro play.
I don't know about you, but that was hard watching Joan stand there after hearing the showstopper pop.
I mean, he was so ready for Dodo to try and jump around the corner and fire off the rocket, not go for the splash damage.
My ult's ready.
Oh man, that was next level. Either way, it's a 4-round lead for Trust in Plug here. Heading to the second last round of the half. There's a lockdown here for Mikey. Everybody, with the exception, of course, of Neuer, who loves a little bit of late flank, are grouped up over towards Halls on this A side.
Yeah, primarily, like I was mentioning before, it's been a lot of Alexis as the lone player on the opposite side of the map. But this time it's Neuer who, when on the lurk, was so difficult for Trust and Plug to deal with on Pearl. She was really cracking open a lot of rounds with that presence, trying to work the extremities. Wants to catch timing on Dish right now while a hit comes in.
Oh, okay. Great flash timing. Joe's not able to take the shot. Hunter's Fury now would clear this position, but Joe, again, nerves of steel, just refuses to move. Monty's caught out, though, by the paint shells. Here's the player for Shopify. Noya's on the flank, Joen, and finally the operator ripped out of his hands. Now Plug have so little to work with. They come through from connector here, potentially. Teague goes caught by a fault line. The util setups are very good here for SR. What does Teague do? Nowhere to look. Nice little comeback again. This bounce back from Shopify is not unlike what we saw on Pearl. It didn't last long enough for them there, but here it's let them salvage what was looking like it to be a terrible half for them.
When it comes to the rehearsed, drilled pieces from SR Gold, you can really see how excellent this squad is. Like, all of that utility that was used towards drop to give an opening for Neuer's flank, expecting that there would be a player watching it, which there was. That was Monsi. But gets caught because he has to dodge the Hunter's Fury, and there's a paint shell coming at him. And then Neuer, off that distraction, is able to press forward, find another. It's really excellent play there. All right, German, time to get out, brother. You're not, yeah, it's time to get out of the nade.
Okay, still decent weaponry here for Trust in Plug to work with. They take a bit of damage off that early encounter. Here comes SR. Okay, Beacon gets Donut over towards the site. No one is in towers. That's going to be taken easily here by Shopify. On the wrap. Alexis. Okay. A stay of execution perhaps for Alexa. She is low though. And she's about to run headlong into the Jerwinator. Not where I want to find myself. That is for sure. Lockdown here thrown in tunnel. Noise can be able to clear this. All right, a little bit of an orbital strike. I'm about it. And there's Joe in dealing with Sarah. Sacred's up on the site. Wants to take the fight to Mel. Dismembered. Neuer on the wrong side of the smoke to intervene, but Dodo gets ahead of this Molly. Can take the fight, but Joe wins that one too. What can't this guy do? It's all on Neuer. She's got a Molly in her way. Multiple players waiting to swing her. Some shorty disrespect up there in tower. Neuer gets them both because she's pretty clean. There's still going to be a defuse in round one here for Trust in Plug. It's an 8-4 half.
I mean, what are you supposed to do at the end of the day when the duelist on the opposite team drops 23 in the first half? I mean, that is just so ridiculous. What are you supposed to do? All of these duels being won by Plug in the retake situations. Shopify do a nice job getting into the site again, but these B-site retakes from Trusted Plug really their bread and butter on that half. They won out situations like that, well, maybe like 5 or 6 times at least. Their play there was really, really well ironed out.
The 23 kill half for Joe. Oh my God. That is ridiculous. The Raze play's been sublime. But off we go to a pistol, an important one at that. Shopify Rebellion, they lose their map pick of Pearl with Haven as a decider. They've got to come alive on this defense side. Their defense on Pearl was very solid. And in the past on Fracture, they've had a 58% win percentage on defense. Their better half for sure. Here's Joe though very quickly. Look at this, the timing! No one's ready for that. Alexis definitely isn't. Now the word collapse on Sarah. She's essentially all alone here. There'll be some help coming from Rope, but from Elle, it's just too late. God, it was so dirty. Up to Mel, she tries to drop it. Mikey deals with it.
Instant one tap from Mike, and then with the presence in A main, Shopify wanted to try and fight back in there together, the two players that were there, Alexis and Sarah, but in the meantime, it was actually the majority of the Plug players coming from drop. You get the double satchel while stim boosted, and Jerwin is in there so fast. Like, yeah, that's really tough to deal with. They had no idea that that presence was coming from drop at that speed.
That was crazy. That was
There.
pretty devastating there for Shopify. So the buy here is reasonable for Trust and Plug. Couple Phantoms in the mix. The group up over towards Tree here. It's up to Neuer here to see what is what. Obviously, that turret is going to be in position to take contact if they push up onto the site. And this explore here from Shopify reveals that there's no real plans to hit A from halls at the very least. They've seen nothing yet.
Where
Going on
Noy's
the side.
presence? Oh, I mean, yeah,
This is scary.
It's a wrap.
Not a bad right click for Joe and deals with the player only holding a classic. And now we should have a Trust in Plug post-plant scenario here. They've looked very sharp on this attack side already. Mike's going hunting. We do not plant yet. Okay. Because Joan wants to spray more. That's fine. Joan with 4.
Another casual
3 of those happening
4.
at 21 points of health, by the way.
Are we at the 30 bomb now? I believe. No, we're getting damn close to 28-7. This is the Embiid versus the Spurs 70-point game type beat from Jerwin. I mean, we thought we saw something crazy with Sim earlier. Jerwin said, "Bet, I'll do you one better." This is so sick.
Now, as we get off the plant there, I think there's some util coming in. Trust and Plug, comfortable. Here's a bonus, though. It's still pretty well brought up rifle-wise. It's only the one stinger. And Jerwin close to a showstopper on account of the boatload of frags that he's achieved over the last couple of rounds of this half.
Slowing down a little bit here. Noya has all that utility scattered around B main to try and deny the hit if it does come. But it, at least for now, won't be headed anywhere towards B. Trust and Plug adjusts towards the north side, making a little bit of sound on the rope, but no one is actually going to hear them. They weren't, Shopify weren't close enough in spawn, I believe, to actually pick up that audio cue.
Okay, Plug set up, make a play from drop here. They can really just cover the A site and go for a quick fight. Showstopper as well. Now, as they've been able to get themselves some orbs. Monty was really just a loose end here. It should still be a plant for Trust and Plug. Joan's able to clear halls here. Ooh, just enough time. Not enough for Alexis to get away from that. Showstopper brings her down now, evens the odds, and Joan has a long line. Dodonut just has to take a fight. She has no other way to really get involved in this game outside of winning here against Joan if she wants to have any chance of helping a team defuse.
Trust
and Plug have it covered.
They have some great positions right now. Mike with a kill.
One enemy remaining.
Teague sat there on the site. Noise got to go for it here. This is the buy round, the gun round for Shopify shutdown. Teague finds 2. Trust and Plug, it's a little bit messy getting into the site, but once they have it locked down, once Jerwin gets to go to work, Teague gets to anchor. It's all over.
That last millisecond rocket kill from Jerwin was really high impact. If you had that double swing from Alexis and Dodonut getting back into A main, they could have really pressed the issue, played that so much faster, but you could see how afraid Dodonut was in that moment, just trying to jump spot. And then, listen, they did a nice job doubling up to eventually kill Jerwin, but the process was slow. And at that point, they're getting into the site, and there's still that crossfire setup from drop and one player bottom site. It's Just a really well-played post plant there from Trust and Plug, getting into the right positions together.
Also, there's some legitimate just walk up and enter. But these entries and Trust and Plug confident. So look at, I mean, this timing was sick from Joan. There's a lot of room for that individual expression here in so many of these rounds. Clearing up onto the B side. Little cheeky 4K spray down.
In that earlier game with TSM, Sim put up a casual 520 ACS on map 2. Wonder what Jerwin's at right now. Might have been too much Valorant played here to be at 520. I don't think it's going to be easy to match that when Shopify are clawing for a lot of these rounds. They've invested into this fully. They don't want to play for OT. They've got a couple Guardians and they want to get proactive towards B.
Okay, walk up here over towards tree. Mike, again, the loose end here, just trying to contain that B side of the map, is taken down. Because obviously that Q-tilt, as a result, deactivated. Sacred and German are grouped up here to punish this, but this doesn't further the plan for Trust and Plug, and that's all over towards tunnel. Monty, can they win it out? No. Mel, with the Sheriff, shuts it down. And now
has to be careful.
Spike is loose. It's in tunnel. It's a long way away. So Sacred and Jerwin just have to gun their way through this. There's no other option. Showstopper brings Jerwin down. That's just Sacred finding 2 and exiting.
Oh my god. That was so close. Sacred to finding even that last kill, but Mel, on 2 occasions in that round, does a great job trading out in a crucial moment. That fight in tunnel initially and then closing it out. Well played from the IGL. And on a round where Shopify really gambled it all, they put their economy on the line with a bad buy. Just fighting as a unit. B main together and Dodonut. Lovely first kill.
I think the double explore towards tunnel was pretty big. But obviously reveals that who was holding onto the spike, and Shopify get their 5th, but man, it's just not been enough. More of this. I like to play up in towards arcade here. It's punishable, but Dodo's having to get killed and get out alive. I love that swing past the fault line. Shopify out ready for the pace there of the refrag coming in from Trust and Plug, and Mike up on the site confidently takes another. So now you have a clear path to the site. Neuer is on that late flank again. Might be able to catch Sacred if she gets to arcade in time. It's unclear.
Drone is good to catch T. T that is really vulnerable at low HP, and Neuer capitalizes. Smoke fades. Free kill. It's Sacred with an ultimate on site. 1 versus 2.
They can smoke himself out of here though. Just take a 1v2. Just a raw fight. Sacred. That's dirty. Sacred! Almost! Able to take Neuer down, but Sarah's there with the headshot on Shopify. They dig their heels in. They're staying alive in this game, and now they've whittled the economy of Trust and Plug down, so these buys start to get a little more awkward. Theirs, though, also not flourishing.
It's so awkward for both sides, really. We're getting to the point where 1 round could mean 2 for either team. Are Plug going to fully invest into this? They've got enough to buy in the future, and they have some secondary choice weapons, but you know, on this round, it was cool to see Shopify go for that very aggressive play with some synced up utility and ultimates towards Arcade. Didn't pan out exactly as intended, but able to trade things out at the very least. Sarah clutching up. Despite Jerwin having a life game at the moment, Shopify, like I said, they're really digging their heels in. They're playing a quality game still. They're hanging in there.
Killed my bot.
Odo also had a really slow start to the game. She has gotten involved in a big way now in this race. Well, he's not going to see much in tower. I think she probably opts not to take advantage of the timing. She's going to be tested from the other side, though, and Charge is a pretty good weapon for this scenario. Beautiful little wrap here on the attackers. Dodo now getting up to 18 kills. Mel ready for Teague to run at her, and what is going on with Trust and Plug?
Get out of here.
At the moment, it's just Jerwin in the 1v5, and frankly, why do I believe it's possible?
Because Jerwin almost has 30 frags?
Yeah, I think it might be that. I think it might be him getting a casual 30 bomb right now. I like this when the pressure is really now being applied to Shopify. With Plug in such a large lead out of the timeout, they've decided to play with so much more aggression. Neuer able to get that initial kill in tower is nice, but it's the double push all the way out of A main, that fast flank, Dodonut taking point. And again, winning out those duels. I mean, yeah, she has surged up the scoreboard to 18. She is so good today.
A great couple of rounds strung together by Shopify. But now the guns are back in Trust in Plug's hands, and they've got, of course, a couple of key ultimates, crucially. That Rolling Thunder that set them up to hit this site already. So the alarm bot being cleared. Turret won't see the push onto the site here if they're able to get past it. And frankly, Shopify weren't in a position to defend B from within, playing off the site purposely this round.
Plug, though, they've just slowed down as a couple of their players have worked A main silently, contact push, and now they're going to head back to that site. What's worrying for Shopify is that they haven't been able to get any ultimates out of them yet. Okay, there's that lockdown, at least for Mikey, so the site will be wide open for the free plant, but dealing with a Rolling Thunder and the orbital strike while trying to retake is going to be a really tough task for SR.
They get across the site. Only one Brim smoke left. That was used to cover Link. Monty just wants to see if anyone's running up on them right now, but the bolt gets destroyed. Dodonut's ready from drop. She's poised. Sarah's going to make her way over towards door. Here we go. A proper 5 versus 5 in the post plant with Plug fully anchoring. I like that smoke a little bit. That breaks up Plug over an A hole somewhat. They might have to swing the smoke off the contact that Sacred's getting. Oh, the Rolling Thunder might set them up. That's huge. Monty was in the site. Got caught out by that paint shell here. Neuer and Alexis trying to hold it down now in the 2 versus 2. This is such an important round. And Plug are just playing off of it. They have the ultimate from the Brim.
They've got to get the ult out. They have to get onto the spike ASAP.
All right. Shopify knew that was probably going to happen. Now they've got to find a way to get this defuse still in Neuer. Can't dig them out. Oh, there's going to be an aftershock as well. I don't think they can get the touch, and Sacred finds the timing. Alexis, no opportunity to defuse, and Plug bring up series points.
And we've just ran into a classic Valorant situation. You're trying to make the comeback happen, and eventually the team in the lead stashes away all of their ultimates, redeems their free round win. It's too much to deal with retaking there. And I do like how in the mid-round Plug were able to pivot back to that A site, only expend the lockdown to ensure getting in there for free, and then saving the crucial ults to lock the round up. Get it to 12, get to match point, get to series point at that.
And that trough of rounds for Trust in Plug, I mean, that was just an opportunity for them to start to develop some of these ultimates, and now they're coming in 2s and 3s. This round, Showstopper online. Hunter's Fury available to Monsi. And to say Noy is pivotal here again would be an understatement. She's going to get out of that fight. She knows she doesn't want to take any risks and overexpose herself. Joan with the Showstopper. What's there to be seen on this site? Nothing. Just the turret taking contact in that corner. It is going to have to be a retake once more for Shopify.
Up on the flank. Sarah in tow with Mikey. What a shot!
I think there's much that Sarah could do about that. They're doubled up for this. Trust in Plug. Got it locked down. Speaking of which, that Killjoy ultimate's in play, but it gets cleared off pretty easily by the Hunter's Fury. It's all up to Neuer. Madam President with it all to do, and she's going to pull up short. A very close map of 14-12 on Pearl, but we head to Fracture. I'm sorry, Joan absolutely steamrolls Shopify Rebellion. The rest of Trust in Plug finish a pretty cleanly executed game.
Honestly, Shopify definitely deserves some credit for making a go at it on Fracture, given they went up against Jerwin, dropping 30-plus kills on them, opening that game with, what was it, like 15 in the first, 5 rounds or something, immediate showstoppers available. That was a really well-played map from Trust and Plug. Their retakes were fantastic, especially over towards that B site. But yeah, still, walking away, definitely giving Shopify a lot of credit for making a go at it. That was an impressive map win from Trust and Plug. Definitely one of the teams to keep your eye on as we're heading into the season this year. Famous 100 Thieves beaters from the off season. So there's definitely some eyes on them to see what more they can do. It was a solid win, and they're going to head into that 1-0 portion of the Swiss system. And sadly for Shopify, going to be fighting down there among the likes of Winthrop, the other teams that took a loss today.
Yeah, it's obviously an interesting format. It means you're playing against people with the same record as you. So in theory, the games stay pretty darn competitive throughout, but we do need to get an initial ranking. And we have a few great teams here in Challengers, right? TSM is there, YFP, Rankers, the team that obviously everyone has been really excited to see yet again after we saw what they did. Yeah, the new look M80. Even Blue Water looked like a decent team. The other Shopify Rebellion roster that we saw sort of off stream. SAD Esports and Core make their return as well. So it's a lot to look forward to. But here, as it stands, I mean, you'd be crazy if you weren't saying that Trust in Plug weren't emerging as one of the top teams in challenges so far. They look great in the offseason, and they've kept it up. We're going to go to a break. We're going to wrap up this match and the day, our first day back in 2025 for challenges. It's been a blast. We're not quite done yet.
All right. I mean, Trust and Plug, they spoke some pretty big words when they added Ender and Mimi. Like, hey, get to know us. We're winning challengers this year. And hey, big words, but words that they're living up to so far, Vance. This was a really strong performance. 2-0 series. Jeremy going nuts in the second map. It was astounding.
That's it. They talked the talk. They talked the talk. They walked the walk, and basically Jerwin was flying in that second map for sure. But I gotta say, despite Jerwin having like a crazy performance, it's still nice that Shopify Rebellion are still trying to find good ways to like counter back. They were starting to have some sort of a comeback going into that second half. But just as we mentioned before, as Wyatt mentioned, going into the broadcast with Uber is when you get to those moments where there's just so many ults, the economy's still snowballing on the side of the team that had such a strong lead. It's so hard for you to come back from. You have to be meticulous and be at no fault really against those 3 ults that they had in that round number 19. Then even when they won that one, they had 2 more ults to move into the second round right after that. That really just fumbles the plans that you may have here for Shopify Gold trying to come back in the game. So it's just unfortunate, but still quite nice to see, you know, the that history was made still. We still got to witness our first Shopify Rebellion Gold matchup in Challengers, and it's not going to be a team that's going to be easily tossed to the side and farmed pretty much like a, I don't want to say any other team, but like you're looking for other teams that are that had, you know, bad results going into last year's Challengers. I don't think Shopify Gold will have similar cases.
Right, and also just going back into this map, the retakes for Trust and Plug, they were so good. When it seems like, and you see the execute for Shopify Rebellion, you see how clean it is. Okay, they take side, their position, but then what? The retake was so overwhelming because Jerwin was insane. And I mean, he ends up with what, 31 kills, 31 and 12. There was absolutely nothing that they could do. So many times, also at least one of the players for Shopify were stuck inside, trying to play to swing off contact, but it seems like it was snowballing the more rounds that we got to see into the first half. And even though there was that potential for that slight comeback, it's denied right away. So it's a Shopify that, like you're saying, Vance, it's good to see that they're putting up a fight against a team like Trust and Plug that, hey, I mean, Wyatt said it, we know them so well because of the off season. So
exactly.
The question is, how much and who else is going to put up a fight against Trust and Plug, and where do Shopify Rebellion and where are they going to stand as they continue to face these teams? So I'm happy because of what we saw, and I'm happy especially because of that first map.
Exactly that. I don't want to take anything away from Trust and Plug as well. I'm still a fan of the main squad that brought in 2 new players. I think it's a very similar storyline as a TSM squad as well. They bring in 2 new players during the offseason. They have a pretty decent run towards the split. During the For Those Who Dare event, they actually made it up to the grand finals to play against TSM as well, where they lost against TSM, where TSM also won that fairly easily. But it doesn't, it comes back to going to Challengers, seeing that both of these teams could still perform quite well, that despite the roster changes, they're still quite good. So it only gives me hope on how high this competition is going to be here in North America, just like how stacked Americas is in the VCT so far.
Can't be understated like how well the offseason did for them too, because this was a Trust and Plug that failed to qualify for stage 3, and Jerwin played then as well. But being able to see the work that they've done in seeing how well Sacred's been integrating into this roster, I think Sacred just played absolutely lights out today as well. I think was just really, really good. So considering that already this team under the of VALORANT Esports with this core had a reputation, to see them coming into it now is, my internet is absolutely trying to kill me here, guys. I apologize. It has been good, but to make sure we're not gonna grow body, Dan, players, Jerwin, real good.
Jerwin really, really good. 31 kills, and especially the 399 ACS. I just gotta say, we've been talking about these duelists for Challengers, what they're going to do. First one, when we saw Sim earlier today, from 520 ACS, second one 99. My expectations for tomorrow are pretty high up because, I mean, Jerwin, a guy that we didn't really know much of, and he is putting up numbers like this is crazy.
We haven't even gotten to the bulk of the other talented duelists that we have. But for Jerwin, if you've been following the offseason and being able to really see these games, is someone that has been doing consistently well and just hasn't necessarily gotten a break. So being able to right away coming out here into Challengers and right away putting up these sort of numbers up against Donut was incredible. And Trust and Plug Vans, I mean, if this is something they're going to continue forward with, a team to watch out for sure as we head over and look at just the overall team performance.
Yeah, because the scene right now in Challengers is still pretty volatile of who's really at the top right now, right? When you look even at what Shopify Black built, they were looking to build the strongest team that they could have to compete going through, but not the best of starts, as they lost against Burger Boys today. So I think there's still a lot of room to determine who's really going to be at the top of the board, but based on our very small sample size so far, and looking at the B stream currently, where Rankers are currently losing to Blue Auto on the first map, maybe it's going to be TSM with how dominant it's been. Maybe it could be Trust and Plug in a close second or third, just because of Jerwin's hot performances as well, where it's leveraged by a lot of teamwork and chemistry around the star duelists. But we'll have to also think about those teams that, when the season continues to develop and you have an opportunity to develop it even more, a deeper playbook to really stop those single duelist scaling that we usually see, we might see different results going into the mid-season as well.
I'm glad that we got to see more of a pop-off in the second map as well, because this first map in the series, as we compare the head-to-head of both of these duelists, was very much so in the way of Dodonut. And Jerwin had a really good first half, Dan, but then kind of quieted off as the rest of the team took over. Sometimes the games be like that, but that second map was just truly got to see the strength. And I'm glad we got to see, since we highlighted both of these duelists at the top of the day, I'm glad we got to see how this played out.
Yeah, Dota was still doing good. I mean, of course, they don't win the map with the back and forth that we saw, especially in the second half. But it doesn't mean that Dota was having a bad game or that Shopify were having a bad game. It was Jerwin going insane. 399 ACS. We don't see that very often. Over 300. We're already like, whoa, okay.
Well, we saw twice tonight,
happening?
Dead Dryad. We already saw 500. Over 500.
That's true. 520 for Sim is crazy. Now, okay, Vance, do you think they're gonna keep performing like this? It could be them, it could be another one. I mean, is this what I feel like? So I feel like this is just first day, we're going crazy.
If you're putting me on the spot for just for Sim, I would like to be wrong and say no, right? So because again, we just looking at how TSM was even towards last season, it was really up and down, and maybe sometimes overheats from Sim where the team can't really follow behind there. So hopefully with MBS and with Vora as the IGL, that reels it in a little bit more, fits the playstyle as Sim was mentioning before, then maybe Sim is just going to be very consistent. Jerwin for me though has been quite good since the offseason until now. It doesn't look like he's really let go of that pedal, but I gotta say, as we mentioned before in that series for TSM, Sim comes back with a chip on his shoulder, right? Had an opportunity to play potentially into partnership with EG, can't now, and then boom, he's dropping 528 ACS. Maybe that could be the fuel to the fire, and he's going to go nuclear this season.
Look, he said TSM is the best team, and I believe it. I only need one match. I'm sold. Like, that's it. They're winning it all. They're winning it all. I see. They're already made it to Ascension. I mean, everything. If you can make an argument, it's I feel like it's pretty easy.
To win Ascension, I don't know. I'll have to look at what's going on in LATAM and South America first, because again, not to be mean over to 2G, but like if 2G was the best team going to Ascension with the top 4 that we had last year in Challengers, was like, yo, these guys are supposed to win Ascension. Yeah, and then they lost Spike, but then they also just lost their tier team in BCT because it was a Riddle Troop that replaced Fruta, and they still beat them.
Hater.
Not a hater, just trying to be a realist here. Just trying to drop facts.
Goodness. Okay. Before this breaks out into a 2-hour podcast, we got to bring this back. First off, have to apologize. We head back over to our desk here. Apologies. Unfortunately, Trust and Plug, no interview for today. So they get to win. They go get some rest, some eats. They go get ready for the next one. So apologies about that. Yeah, exactly. As for us, that means we are out for the day. And it's been a great first day of Challengers. Thank you all, everyone, so much for tuning in. Of course, we're going to have some more great Valorant action tomorrow, so make sure to be tuning in and tuning into the B stream to see Blue Water versus Rankers. Thanks again for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Seven's going to get a plant, but he's going to have to give up his life for this. No other way about it. Yamon actually pushes over towards defender spawn and catches moves out. So now a bona fide 2 versus 2 in the post plant. Bora has this post plant deterrent set up. Blair has to move across from the spike, and they light up for Yamon. A thrifty here for TSM.
Due to that, they don't opt to do much, but you gather up and try and lay a trap if TSM fight forward in showers.
Oh, he sees the shoulder. The fault line is perfect. Oh, buddy. A proper extinction event there for Winthrop as they feed them.
Like, it's just it's so overwhelming.
Winthrop tried to come in with a bit of a setup. We got to see at the start of that round. It looked pretty good. But again, they were shut down pretty handily. TSM's defensive utility. Oh my God, Sam! That is unspeakably disgusting. He is just better.
It's going to be a long walk back to the locker room. Like you said, it's time to hit the showers, boys. I think this one's a done deal.
Laura here just able to clear lamps, but they're going to be ready for moves. Who we sat there with nothing but a sheriff who helped him. Flair caught in the grab net. Recoil. Checks that spot, but only has a judge to work with. Dropping Flair low enough to be a easy snack here for TSM, like you put it. A 12-round, well, I mean 13-1, a 12-round lead at the end of the game here. That was pretty gross. TSM in a real deal. Winthrop after it.
Shopify have put a lot of emphasis on controlling these links with players set up towards B, the operator over towards art.
Okay, the flash will force Dodo off the angle. He's going to repost it. Okay. Moving with confidence, but there's a flood here. Dodo has to be careful. She's able to get the shot and back away. Now there'll be coverage as well. Alexis is sat there. She's not needed. Dodo finds her third, and Sarah just taps him down. And that money for Plug is getting hard. Deals with the player only holding a classic. And now we should have a trust in Plug post-plant scenario here. They've looked very sharp on this attack side already. Mike's going hunting. We do not plant yet. Okay. Because Joan wants to spray more. That's fine. Joan with
Another
four.
casual
Three of those
flank. Sarah intel with Mikey. What a shot.
I think there's much that Sarah can do about that. They're doubled up for this trust in Plug. Got it locked down. Speaking of which, that Killjoy ultimate's in play, but it gets cleared off pretty easily by the Hunter's Fury. It's all up to Neuer. Madam President with it all to do, and she's going to pull up short. A very close map of 14-12 on Pearl, but we head to Fracture. I'm sorry, Joe and Apps